Please let the house come to order. Stand as we are led in prayer this morning. The gentleman from Marshall, Representative Kincaid, will introduce our guest speaker and the one that will be delivering our prayer this morning, so please give him your attention. Gentleman from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I tell you, we have a true honor today. I know in my life I have had several heroes, and I'm with a hero of mine today. Somebody that I've known for many years prior to this legislative experience, but has been a real good inspiration to life. And so her family is very special, her father. But today I'm here, I'm real pleased on behalf of the DeSoto delegation to ask Ms. Jessie Smart to speak with us today. She's got a very inspirational message on the national level, and I'd like for her to share that with us today and then say the prayer. So, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Smart, Jessie Smart. Let me see.
Hello, my name is Jessie Smart, and I live in Olive Branch, Mississippi. I am 35 years old, and I have Down syndrome. I went to college, have a job, love singing in the choir, and have so many friends. I have hopes and dreams just like others with and without Down syndrome. I have served on a local Down syndrome board, the National Down Syndrome Congress Board of Directors, and presently serve on the Board of Directors for the ARC of Northwest Mississippi. Recently, I was invited to be on the National Down Syndrome Congress policy team. I have been doing advocacy work with my dad, Lee Smart, for many years. The National Down Syndrome Congress policy and advocacy team work hard year-round, educating self-advocates, such as myself, parents, teachers in the medical field, and many more, how to advocate for the Down syndrome community. I help an advocacy training boot camp at convention each year. We give our advocates the information and the tools they need to learn how to contact you, their legislatures, and how to ask you for support of these bills, which will impact our community. It is my honor today to be here and to thank you for taking the time to listen to us as we advocate for the disability community. Your support and passing of the previous bills, such as the ABLE Act, House Bill 315, and SB 2339, shows us that you do listen and act in support of these bills, and we sincerely appreciate that. These bills and those we will advocate for in the future are crucial to the disability community, and we truly appreciate your continued support. When we advocate, we show that people with different abilities have good lives and make the world a better place. Every person's advocacy will be different, but all of us can make a difference. Thank you for your time today. Good morning. Let us pray. Dear Lord, thank you for this beautiful day. Thank you for these men and women as they serve in this House of Representatives. Lord, give them wisdom as they do their jobs and help them to work together and make decisions that are in the best interest of all Mississippians. Lord, please be with their families at home while they're away serving our state, and please continue to guide them to make decisions in leading our state. Lord, we bring the needs of our country and our state before you and ask you to bless our state through the work of our godly leaders. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please join me for the pledge. Attention, salute, pledge.
Take a peek.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk.
I'll get him, Mr. Speaker. I got him.
Close the machine, Madam Clerk.
There's a quorum present, Mr. Speaker.
We will have the reading of the journal. Gentleman from Rankin, Representative Powell, moves we dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Report of select committees.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Report of standing committees.
We have reports on the calendar, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of bills and constitutional amendments. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Haney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to dispense the reading of the introductions.
Is there objection to this? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, we will follow that procedure. Resolutions, petitions, memorials, and other papers.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of guests and visitors. Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Yancey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the South Gallery, I'd like to bring your attention to the Mississippi Auto Dealers Association, Mr. Marty Milstead, and a group of auto dealers from across the state. They are probably famous in your communities. You guys please stand, ladies and gentlemen, and please let us recognize you.
Welcome to your capital. Good to have you here. Lady from Forest, Miss McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, it is my pleasure to welcome back my dear friend, Sarah Myers, in the South Gallery. Sarah is the director of the Children's Center for Communication and Development at the University of Southern Mississippi, doing the finest work in the state, working with our babies up to 5 years old on early intervention. We also at Southern Miss not only take care of these babies and work miracles every day, but we're training the next generation of professionals, of speech language pathologists, audiologists, and the list goes on and on. So it's a double whammy for there at the Children's Center at Southern Miss, and I hope that y'all will welcome her back to the Capitol today.
Welcome, lady. Good to have you here. Gentleman from Grenada, Mr. Horan.
Speaker, in the South Gallery, I'd like to introduce Tyler Kirk, the brains behind Kirk Auto Group. I practically raised this young man, and notwithstanding that, he's turned out to be a pretty good young man. Welcome into the Capitol, please.
Welcome, gentlemen. Lady from Hines, Miss Yates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is Junior League of Jackson Day at the Capitol. The Junior League of Jackson is an organization of women whose mission is to advance women's leadership for meaningful community impact through volunteer action, collaboration, and training. In the South Gallery, we have several members of the Junior League of Jackson. If they would stand, we have Amanda Green, the president, Molly Griffin, president-elect, Carla Lewis, communications vice president, Julia Wise, community vice president, who deserves a little extra recognition and maybe prayer for being the wife of our own Clark Wise, Keela Brown, operations vice president, and Nikaten Ajula, who is the training and organizational development vice president.
Welcome, ladies. Thank you for all the great work that you do for our kids. Thank you. Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Hall.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, in the South Gallery, we have one of my good friends, fraternity brother, who didn't make it down yesterday, but he is here today with the auto dealers. Please make welcome John Hill.
Welcome. Gentleman from Sunflower, Mr. Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Sunflower County delegation, in our South Gallery, we have our newly appointed president of Mississippi Delta Community College with us today. I'd like him to stand, and also the vice president of our Workforce Development Center there at the Charlie Camp Center there in Indianola, Mr. Doug Freeze. I want to make them feel welcome today.
Welcome. Gentleman from Warren, Mr. Denton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure to introduce you all today on behalf of myself, Representative Ford, Representative Harness. We have a group of individuals from Vicksburg, Leadership Vicksburg, in the North Gallery, that they are under the leadership of Miss Christina Riles up there. They are from different industries around the county. We're looking forward to them doing some great work. I already have one thing that I want y'all to do. I won't call y'all out here, but I'm gonna tell you secretly. So let's make them feel welcome, please.
Welcome. Good to have you at your Capitol today. Gentleman from Tishomingo, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Representative Maddox, Representative Arnold, I'd like to introduce in the South Gallery. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking for a good price on a new car, it'd be worth your drive to go to Crossroads Chevrolet in Corinth. I'd like to ask Mr. Jeff Stevens and Mr. Jeff Smith and Jordan Stevens to please stand and be recognized. Thank you, guys.
Gentleman from Lafayette, Mr. DeWeese.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Also in the South Gallery with these car dealers are good friends of mine, Luke and Michael Joe Cannon. And as we make them welcome today, let's always remember that nobody beats a Cannon deal. Nobody.
Y'all gonna start something. Lady from Madison, Miss Ford, to introduce her special guest today.
Yes, I do have a very special guest all the way from Springfield, New Jersey. Please put your hands together and welcome Rose Gilbert. Rose flew all the way to Mississippi because she picked Mississippi as her state to do a project on, and she wanted to know more about the Blueberry Project. So she's my special guest. So thank you so much, and I'm so proud you're here with me today, Rose.
The gentleman from Chickasaw will teach her about sweet potatoes if she wants to know about those while she's here. It can't all be about blueberries. Gentleman from Madison, Mr. McMillan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the South Gallery, since we're got some car dealers up there, I have my favorite car dealer, Miss Trudy Moody, who owns Mercedes of Jackson. And I know Mr. Joe Cannon up there, you may be the Cannon deal, but they are the Time Dealer of the Year. So welcome them here. So.
Welcome, lady. Good to have you. Lady from Humphreys, Miss James Jones.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, and to the House, and of course for the Madison delegation included. It gives me great honor and pleasure to introduce in our South Gallery, who's been introduced before, but today in a different capacity as well, the immediate past president of the Madison County Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, our nurse practitioner, Ms. Keela Brown. So glad to have her in the house.
Welcome. Gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I'm happy today to tell you that we have a visitor in the North Gallery that traveled this world over trying to introduce Mississippi to the entire world. And he did a great job for it. He's a great servant of the people, Mr. Glenn McCullough, and he has some of his associates up there today. Glad to have y'all with us.
Welcome, gentlemen. Good to have you here. Lady from Lincoln, Miss Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the South Gallery, I have the president of the Automobile Dealers Association, of course from Homeseeker Paradise, Brookhaven, Paxton King, and I wish he would, there you go, stand up. Welcome to your capital.
Welcome, gentlemen. Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Mims.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I would like to announce my seatmate's birthday today, so I hope we'll all wish him a happy birthday.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right, I believe that concludes our special guests, our introductions. We will now go to the calendar. Motion to reconsider calendar. Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Yancey.
Mr. Speaker, I move we go to item 6, House Bill number 1154, and reconsider the vote by which it passed for purpose of an amendment.
Gentleman's motion is to reconsider the vote by which it passed. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Bill's back before us. Gentlemen, you are recognized.
The amendment is a reverse repealer.
Questions of the gentleman on the amendment? Don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen? You move final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 91 yeas, 15 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Hancock, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 4, House Bill 660, table, motion to reconsider.
Gentleman's motion is to table. Those opposed have 5 minutes. I don't see anyone seeking recognition. Question occurs on the gentleman's motion to table. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Anyone else on motion to reconsider? Chairman rules. He passes. Ways and Means. He passes. We'll move to the general calendar. Chairman of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We could go to item number 1. House Bill number 1432. Call it up, make the usual motions. I have a committee substitute.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The gentleman further moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor of that indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Yes, sir. I have an amendment. I think now would be the appropriate time, if that's okay, to explain the amendment.
All right. You're recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this amendment, it's some technical changes. The main thing that this does on the amendment is to put the peer committee back in to the bill, to allow the peer committee to look at this and be involved in the process of evaluations. That's what the amendment does. There are some, I mean, it looks bigger than that, but it's changing some numbers and doing some cleanup, but that's basically what it does. That's my explanation of the amendment.
Questions on this amendment? I don't see any, gentlemen. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Gentlemen, you're recognized now to explain the committee sub.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the charter school we're trying to modernize this a bit, but I've had a lot of people talk to me about this particular bill, and let me be real clear about something. This bill is not going to fix all the problems with education or charter schools. So before we get started here, I want to be very clear that as we move through this ain't the solution to all of its problems, but it is a start. And I believe with every part of my being that this bill will probably have more changes by the time I bring it, assuming it passes, by the time I bring it back before you, it will probably have some more changes. So I want you to be aware that my expectation of this is not for this to be perfect. It's meant for us to have a vehicle to use to try to have a pretty good, clear, and concise conversation about our charter schools. Now, here's the deal, y'all. Some of you are for charter schools, some of you are against charter schools. Well, here's the news flash. We got them. Whether you like them or you don't like them, we got them. And if we're going to have them, we need to do as good a job of making charter schools the best they can be, not for the sake of making them good for charter schools or the people that run them, but for those kids that are there. And I want you to know that as we're moving forward this, none of the things that we're going to be talking about in this or any other bill that comes through education is necessarily about the adults or the system. It's about making sure that we're doing what is right for these kids. Currently, the new charter schools that we have open are in D and F districts, and that's a pretty tough hill to climb for any school, whether it be public or not. I think some of you came to me and said, Rob, schools, this was supposed to be the solution for D and F schools. Well, the truth of the matter is, y'all, that if you're already behind the 8 ball, so to speak, it's tough to pull a district up. I will give you this information. Is that 6 out of the 7 charter schools on average outperformed the comparable public school in the district. That's according to 23-24 school year. Ambition Prep and Jackson Charter School was a B-rated school. It's higher than 330 other elementary schools. Smillow Prep, it's a B-rated school. It's 230. It's higher than 230 of our public schools. On the point scale that goes into the state accountability model, 6 of the 7 charter schools improve anywhere from 17 to 42%. So we're seeing improvement Is it perfect? No, it's not. But the bottom line is that we're giving parents the ability to have some choices out there, and the popularity in the districts that have them, these charter schools are pretty popular. So another thing to keep in mind is these schools are not in wealthy districts. These schools are in poor districts. This is giving these parents that may have not been able to afford to send their kid to a private school, it gives them that potential to send their child to a school that fits their needs better. And that is not to degrade the public school. It just means that some kids can do better in certain or in other elements or other places that may fit their needs better. What this bill does is it gives the authority to Charter School Authorizer Board to approve charter schools in C districts until the Department of Education revises the cut scores. In other words, it allows it until the cut scores are redone and allows them to move forward at that point. It gives the authority of the Charter School Authorizer to approve specialty charter schools specifically designated to serve students with special needs. It makes technical changes to the administrative procedures to the authorizer board dealing with accepting applications for new charter schools, approving and amending charter contracts, following open meeting laws and Administrative Procedures Act, funding the board through legislative appropriations instead of by fees that they collect, and other operating reporting requirements for the charters. This is what this bill does. Whenever I return to you, this bill may have some other things. It may have some things taken out. I'll be very clear when that happens. But right now, one of the biggest questions that have been asked of me is does this cover C districts? Yes. At this point, this bill has C districts in it. And I want to be clear that if you've asked me that in the past, we have gone in about 3 or 4 different directions with this, and I just want to make certain that it's clear. This bill does have C districts in it, at least until the cutoff scores are done. That is my explanation of this bill, and I will be happy to try to answer any questions if there are any.
Questions of the gentleman. Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Will you leave, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Mr. Chairman, can you go back? We were trying to read the bill quickly. Can you go back and explain about this funding, us appropriating money for the board? Because we were not appropriating money for the board, I believe you said.
Where are you at?
I believe that's on line 400. Like I said, we're trying to read it kind of quickly. The authorizer and this board had not been funded by the legislature, but now that is what we're proposing to do. And I guess we would like to know why we're doing that, since they've been operating without us having funding them.
Lady, we were allowing them to fund themselves through fees, and because we've taken those fees away, the board has to be funded through some mechanism, and that's the purpose of that language.
Okay, so why did we take the fees away? That was in your, see, we never could see the amendment. That was in your amendment, right?
That was already in the bill.
That we took the fees away?
Yes, ma'am.
So what line is that on, gentlemen?
$391, lady.
Okay, $391. All right, and we'll read that and see what it is. Okay, so the last thing, gentlemen, on the C, where y'all have the C school language. Now they can be C, D, or F, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you need to explain that, because
yes,
the way you
now
said
D and F is what we've always done. The C is the additional.
That's the
yes,
okay.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the threshold. All right, thank you so much. We're trying to see about the fee, who was paying, and C, D, and F.
But, lady, I do want to be clear though that after the model is ramped up and it's changed, then it goes back to D and F. So it's only for this particular period of time for that C district. In other words, it's probably only for about a year and a half, and I'm going to round up. It may be only for about 2 years.
Well, I thought that when you explained it, you said in districts that were failing, that we were trying to give people an opportunity. And since we all know that Mississippi doesn't even grade on the national level, so we're below what, when we are out here touting that we're this and that, we're actually below all of that. So since we're below all of that, doesn't it make sense to just leave C there? Because in reality, C is not a C,
Lady, I think that's a great argument. I don't know that that's where our membership is in terms of doing that, but I think that's a relevant argument.
Okay, thank you so much for that.
Yes, ma'am.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
Thank you, gentlemen. I was looking at the accountability grades on the MDE's website. How many C graded school districts do we have?
I have it here. Hold on. Give me a second. I can find it for you. This would temporarily expand charters into 31 additional districts, so it would be 31 would be that number.
Okay, I think I counted 35.
Well, I've got a number that says 31, then I got a number that says 34. So we know it's in between 31 and 35, so I agree with you.
Okay. And this is, Forest Municipal School District, Brookhaven, Coahoma, Quitman, Franklin, Natchez, Cleveland, Amite County, Tate County, even Jackson Public Schools. Mr. Chairman, would you agree that a C school district is likely doing everything that they can to improve their grades?
I would honestly think that all of our schools are doing the best they can with what they're dealing with. So whether it be a D district or an F district or a C district, I do believe that they're attempting to get. I don't think anybody goes out here to be failing, and I don't think that anybody's going out here just to be average. I think they're all going out there to try to do the best job they can. Now, my idea moving forward with our schools like this is to have those schools start cooperating with, and we've kind of had this discussion in the past about having these schools cooperate with our local K through 12 and find a niche that helps support K through 12. I really would love to see the ability for us to move forward. Now, that's not necessarily what this bill does, but my vision as we move forward is to see if we can get that cooperation and give our parents as much choice as we possibly can. So I do understand where you're coming from, and I do think that C districts are doing the best they can at where they're at right now.
Let me ask you, Mr. Chairman, what was your average grade in school?
Lady, my average grade probably would be lucky to get a C sometimes. So the reality was for me that I was an average student.
See you later.
Be careful though.
So you were a C. You're saying that you were a C student?
I had dyslexia and I struggled in school. So I've been pretty clear that I've always struggled in school.
But you worked really hard.
Yes, ma'am.
Towards that C.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think that you would agree that these school districts that have risen from a D to a C have worked really hard, even though when they were in a D, at a D, they had competition from charter schools.
And I don't want there to be a perception that we're trying to punish these schools. That is not the intention, or at least it's not my intention to punish these schools, and I don't want that to be what we're saying. These schools that are struggling, we need to figure out and find ways to make, and that's one of the reasons we've been talking about consolidation a lot here lately, or at least I have been. The bottom line here is that, to your point, C districts don't want to be C districts. They want to be A districts, and I think that that's all that the bulk of our districts really want. We have to figure out ways to make that happen, and we have to figure out ways to give our parents the ability to either choose the schools that will benefit their kids. Now, here's the truth, y'all. Just because you have an A district doesn't necessarily mean it's going to fit perfectly with your child. And I've talked to many parents out there that have a child that has autism, or they've got dyslexia, or they've got a child with Down syndrome. So a lot of the things that are out there, just because you have an A-rated school district doesn't necessarily mean that you've got a school district that fits your child. So I do agree 100% with where your mind and your head and your heart are.
I believe that, Mr. Chairman. I think you're really trying to do what's best for our students. But I do see it, unfortunately, as a bit of a punishment, and I'll tell you why. In Jackson Public Schools, unfortunately, we had to close over a dozen schools because the student population has shrunk. And a contributing factor to that are charter schools. I think the last time I talked with the superintendent, we were spending upwards of $10 to $15 million that were leaving public schools and going to charter schools. And we've worked extremely hard to get to a C. And so I really see this legislation as not helping us to move forward, but actually stalling our efforts or even harming all the good work that our administrators and our teachers and our students and families are doing to get that C grade and go further.
Thank you, lady. I appreciate where you're coming from, and I think your heart is in the same place mine is in terms of moving us forward. Just sometimes we may come at it with different directions, but I do understand where you're coming from.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, we've talked about this bill in committee, but I have a couple of quick questions. Do you know the motivating factor behind this bill to increase the charter schools or the participation with charter schools?
I think part of the motivating factor is to find a place where the charter schools can, I mean, obviously there's a part here that wants them to grow, I guess is what you could say in this. So I think the motivating factor would be growing that segment so that parents may have that potential.
I asked MDE for a list of failing schools over the last 4 years from 21-22 school year, and half of the failing schools are charter schools. Half of the schools on that list are charter schools. So this model may not be working for the state. Would you agree with that, gentleman?
Gentlemen, I would submit to you that the model we're currently using, period, is not working, whether it be public or charter. I think we need to tighten up both. So to your point, I think that we need to do everything in our power to make them as best we can. There is the potential here that they may not work here. So I'm not going to sit here and leave that potential out there, because you're not wrong in your assessment. I think where we may disagree a little bit. Keep in mind that these charter schools are doing better than their counterpart in the same district, at least from the information that I've been given. And another thing to keep in mind, these were districts that were failing to start with. I don't know that it would be necessarily fair to put all the blame.
Well, this model's not working.
Yeah,
I mean, we're going to continue to invest in a model that's not working. What purpose is it serving?
You could say the same thing of our current public school system.
Okay. Well, these public schools are no longer on the list, but the charter schools are still on the list. I'm just letting you know. I think the body needs to know that this model is not working.
And I think that's a fair point to bring out. I think it's also a fair point as we're looking for solutions. I think everything should be on the table, period. And that is on both sides of the equation.
And then there's one other thing that burns me. I don't know if these charter schools are public schools in the essence, but a lot of their instructors don't have to be certified as a regular public school. So you may have a kid in a high school charter school with a teacher that's not even certified in English, or that's not even certified in algebra, subjects that matter, that's going going to be vital for students in the workforce. So I'm just letting you know that this is what's going on.
Yes, sir.
Okay? All right, thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, my good friend, do you yield?
Yes, sir.
As it was stated before, for the city of Jackson, I know with the issues that we've had with respect to our schools being closed, because of course population has declined, but also what has occurred, we've had those charter schools that are in the city of Jackson. I know last year JPS gave $10 million to the charter school authority for those schools to be run. My question to you is, do you believe in giving failing schools large sums of money from public schools who are doing much better than those charter schools?
Well, I would remind you that charter schools are public schools. I realize they're different, and we can agree on that.
Right.
However, from my standpoint, while we're searching for solutions, and this is one of the reasons that I want to study this consolidation, which is not this particular bill, but that's one of the reasons that I want this consolidation bill to work out, is so that we can look at issues like you're talking about. We need to have a real conversation about what works and what doesn't work. I don't know that we have all of the information in front of us today that we could be to have an honest conversation about that. Now, I will say this, there are schools out there that are losing population, but they were losing population and would continue to lose population with or without the charter school. And from my standpoint, what we need to be focusing on is what is the strategy we need to move forward to make certain that the school, like you're talking about, maybe we need to put 2 or 3 of these districts together to make it make sense. I'm not saying that's what we need to do in your situation at all. I'm just saying there's got to be some solutions out there found, whatever that looks like. And if a charter school, look, if the charter school was a silver bullet, I'd be preaching charter schools a silver bullet. You're not hearing me say that. I'm just trying to look for as many solutions as I can, and until I feel comfortable that we have the right solution or that we have the right, I guess, menu of solutions,
correct,
we're going to keep looking at all of it.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Gentleman from Copiah, Mr. Holloway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, now, this is an opportunity to expand educational opportunities in those districts that's failing at a moderate level. Okay,
yes,
so I think that it may not work in every district, but in some districts, this will actually help the school districts from closing or consolidating or doing some other kind of creative things.
To me, what this does is give us as much on this menu to figure out what works for your community as we possibly can. And that's what we should be about, is trying to find out and find those solutions that are what are going to work in our community. And I get that there are political pushes and pulls here. I get that some of our superintendents don't like this. I get all of that. But y'all, I would ask you to put your own political, and I know this is hard for politicians to do, but put your own political agenda or your own thought process of getting reelected and think, what is better? More possibilities for our kids or less? My argument is that having more possibilities on the table is the better solution, and we have places out there like your community and some other communities that might benefit from this if we can figure out a way for it to make it work.
So this is more about not saving jobs, but saving lives for children.
That's 1,000% correct. That is exactly right.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
How much money will this bill take from the public schools and transfer to the charter schools? Looks to me like we are robbing the public schools and enhancing the charter schools. And it ought to be the reverse, I would think, based on what the community says and our constituents says.
Well, here's something to keep in mind. If the school is doing well, if you have a school district that's doing well and they're
let's say they're A, B, or C. The reality is, y'all, they're probably not going to get a charter school there if you've got support from your community. The only time you end up having a charter school is when there is no support for that school. And my argument would be that it's not taking money away from the school, it's taking money away from a child that deserves a good education. That would be my argument back.
But many of our public schools are doing very well. Matter of fact, some of them are in the top tier of achievement.
And no one's making a charter school go in those places. We're not forcing that issue at all. We're basically saying that if a community has the desire and they are within the next couple of years under a C district, you could possibly do that. But no one's trying to force this down any community's throat. And so I agree with you. We need to have that community support.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, don't see any further questions.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 60 yeas, 48 nays, the bill passes.
That's all I have, Mr. Speaker.
All right, you pass on the next item.
I pass.
All right, I believe we have special guests in the galleries in both north and south. I will recognize the Chairman of Rules for an introduction. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the North and South Gallery, we have, along with Representative Hood, we have Choctaw County High School Chargers football team. And I was told, too, that we need to make sure the gentleman from Noxubee is paying attention on this one. So today we're commending them upon winning their first MHSAA Class 3A championship in the school's history. So let's all congratulate them.
Congratulations, gentlemen, on an outstanding season. You represented your communities and your families and your school very well, and you're to be commended for it. You're what makes our state great, and we're proud of you. Thank you for being here, Coach. Congratulations. We are down to item 3, drug policy.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to skip item number 2 and item number 3, House Bill 1434 and 1455, and retain their place on the calendar.
All right, I'm looking at items
3 and 4.
3 and 4. You're skipping both of those?
Yes, sir, and retain their place on the calendar.
We will do that.
I'd like to go to item number 5, House Bill 17, and make the usual motions.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, lady, to explain the bill.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Rankin to present the bill.
Gentleman from Rankin is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is House Bill 17. This is a bill that would offer a choice other than white bagging or brown bagging in Mississippi. If a person is getting a cancer drug, currently what would happen is those IV drugs, sometimes the insurance company will steer you to a pharmacy that is outside of where you're getting your treatment. This bill would simply allow you to get your pharmacy, get your drugs, your IV drugs, where you're getting your treatment. And that's all it does.
Questions on the bill?
Gives them a choice, doesn't require it.
I'm sorry, gentlemen, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Sorry.
Does that include?
That's it.
Questions? Lady from DeSoto, Ms. McCray.
Introduction out of order, Speaker.
You're recognized.
In the North Gallery, I'd like to introduce two young men, Reverend Jimmy Stokes, Commissioner of Horn Lake, and Mr. Carl Malone. Thank you guys for visiting the Capitol today.
Welcome, gentlemen. Good to have you here. Gentleman from Grenada, Mr. Horan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to change my vote on item 1 from yea to nay, 1432.
Is there objection? I don't hear any objection. Change the gentleman's vote. Gentlemen, I don't see any questions on the bill.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. We're down to item 6, Chairman of the Constitution. He passes. Banking. He passes. Judd A. Is our chairman still out with his football team? I don't see him. Chairman of Public Utilities, he passes. Judd B. Gentleman from Grenada, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call up item number 10, House Bill 861. Advance the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain the bill.
Introduce the lady from Lowndes to explain the bill.
Lady from Lowndes is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is House Bill 861. This is an immunity bill, and what this does is that it would provide immunity from prosecution for a victim or a witness to an underlying sexual assault, sexual offense. So sometimes on college campuses, we have underage drinking, or we may have someone who's committing a minor drug offense, a misdemeanor marijuana or drug offense, and they're reluctant to come forward to report either as a witness or report as a victim. So what this bill would do, it would provide immunity for those underlying misdemeanor alcohol or drug crimes. That's a brief explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, lady.
Final passage.
She moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Lee, Mr. Aguirre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the South Gallery, you have a group of students from Tupelo High School. They are with the Teenage Republicans. If they will all wave. And also I want to recognize my favorite niece up there, Bayla Waldrop. Welcome to the Capitol.
Welcome. Welcome to your Capitol. It's good to have you here today. I see another distinguished individual from Lee County who happens to be standing over there close to his old home. Gentleman from Lee, Representative Holland, it's good to have you back here in the friendly confines. Weren't you a member of the Young Republicans at one time in Lee County? I know somebody's glad you got back on it, so it's good to have you here. You're welcome. All right, gentleman from Grenada, you're recognized for further work.
Mr. Speaker, I pass on 11 and ask that it retain its place on the calendar and yield the floor.
We will do that. Down to public health, gentleman from Union.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 12, House Bill 531. Make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Chickasaw to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Chickasaw is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 531 seeks to expand the Mississippi Rural Dentistry Scholarship Program. It's a program we already have in place, and it's a program to designate, recruit, identify, and enroll undergraduate students who demonstrate interest in rural dentistry, and they intend to practice in rural, underserved areas of Mississippi. And we're just looking to expand that from 3 to 6. That is a brief explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, would you yield for a few questions for information?
Yes, sir.
Please. I assume under this program, this would be for students who go to University of Mississippi Dental School. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And what areas do you consider, or do they consider rural in this bill? How's that defined?
I don't know how that's defined. It's already, that'd be already common law. This bill just seeks to expand it. We only get 3 a year, and we're trying to expand it to 6.
Yeah, I know we're extending the program. I thought you had the information on what areas of the state would be considered rural. How long do they have to practice in these areas?
I don't know that it specifies that here either.
So how many students are we going up to? Or what amount of money are we going up to?
Up to 6, and it's about $33,000 per.
So we're raising the amount per student or amount of dollars available for all students?
Per recipient, scholarship recipient.
So we're going up to $33,000 from what?
Well, that's what it's always been. We're just adding 6 to it. We're just adding 3 to it.
Adding 3 to it. Mm-hmm. 3 more students.
3 more.
How many students are there now?
3.
3. So we're going up to 6. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for that information.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the chairman will yield.
Certainly.
Do you know how many students we are educating each year in each class at the School of Dentistry?
Total School of Dentistry?
Yes, each class.
Do you know how many? I do not know.
Okay. All right. I understand it's a relatively small number. See if you can get that information. I think it's less than 40.
I will try to get that to you.
All right. Thank you, sir.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 114 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Insurance. Gentleman from Prentice, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 13, House Bill 1306. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, Mr. Chairman.
I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Lowndes to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Lowndes is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank y'all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 1306 is brought to us by the Secretary of State's office. Currently, pre-need establishments, funeral homes, and cemeteries have to file reports by March 31st of the current year for the preceding year for their trust reports. If they're late, the fine's $100 a day, mandatory. This bill would allow for a $25 a day fine and discretionary. And I believe we got an amendment at the proper time. Or reverse repeal.
All right. You want to offer your amendment now?
Yes, sir. I'll yield for questions.
Lady, you have a question on the amendment or you want on the bill? All right. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Now on the bill. Interrogation on the bill. Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Gentlemen, I know y'all probably are not aware of this, but down in Jones County, and not only in Jones County, it was not just Jones County. I hate that the gentleman from Lee has gone off the floor because we had a scandalous situation back here some years past, and that's why we decided to fine these people in an extraordinary way. I don't know if you recall, down in Jones County, the people were trying to had buried their people. They were not keeping up the cemeteries. They were reselling the plots. And then we found that all of these kinds of things were happening in other places. And that was one reason why we wanted to make this as tough as we possibly could. Can you tell us why the Secretary of State would want to roll this back and give these people, again, the opportunity to scam and mistreat people in their most, when they're trying to prepare for their most vulnerable time in life and death?
Well, I thought this was going to be a simple bill, and I was prepared to come out here. And a couple of days ago, my chairman, who I believe wrote this bill, said, Andy, we're going to put a reverse repeater on this as we work it through the process to make sure we're taking care of those trust accounts and those cemetery plots.
Okay, gentlemen, because, and I hope that when y'all bring this back, that y'all will really make it even more harder on these people, because these people scammed, flim-flammed, hoodwinked, bamboozled good people. And it occurred not only at the cemetery in Laurel, but in other places, and that's why we responded in the manner that we did.
Well, I'm of age, so that's why they got me to present the bill, and I agree with you, and we're going to work it through and take care of that.
Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Newton, Mr. Rushing. He passes. I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. We good? Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 105 yeas, 5 nays, the bill passes. I believe we're down to item 14 in education.
Which one is it? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we could go to item number 14, call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now, see, you got a committee sub, gentlemen?
Yes, sir. We'd like to bring the committee up to you.
He moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor of that indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You recognize, gentlemen.
I'd ask the gentleman from Lamar be allowed to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Lamar, the vice chair, is recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee sub for House Bill 1143 just amends some language we passed a few years ago about the succession plan for districts as they leave a conservatorship. We just changed the number of years that a new superintendent would work with the conservator from 2 to 1. And that was based on feedback from superintendents that have worked through this process.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
All right, move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes.
Education yields.
Next, education yields. Down to item 15 in public health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 15, House Bill 116. Make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Rankin to explain the next two bills.
Gentleman from Rankin is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alzheimer's is a public health crisis that's devastating Mississippi. 63,000 Mississippians were living with Alzheimer's in 2020. That's 12.5% of Mississippians over 65. I've had a grandparent on each side that had Alzheimer's or dementia. This bill simply requires the Department of Health to include education into existing public health programs. That's what the bill does with the Division of Aging and Adult Services within the Department of Health. And I'm happy to yield for questions.
Questions on the bill. Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, were you aware that we have approximately 12,000 elderly Mississippians that are on the aging waiver for a health worker to come in and assist them? Were you aware of that?
I trust your numbers.
And do you know that we have received information that of that 12,000, that more than a majority of those people have some sort of dementia, to include Alzheimer's?
You say so, ma'am.
And were you aware that this legislature has not increased the slots to help families who are struggling out there, that are imprisoned in their homes because they need a little bit of help, a little respite help, a little somebody to come and do a little shopping and that kind of thing for them, because their grandparent, their auntie that they're keeping, their uncle is so diminished psychologically that they're imprisoned in their own home.
And it's my hope and prayer that this legislation will bring more awareness to this terrible disease, and that we will learn.
I think we're aware of it. What we need, gentlemen,
how to do something about it.
But I think what we need, and I think what you would see out in your area, that if you were to talk to people who have family members that are suffering with senile dementia or Alzheimer's, they need some help to come in to help them in their homes with their elderly family members. And we got over 6,000 of these people in Mississippi who are suffering with dementia or Alzheimer's. And we have not increased those slots in 3 or 4 years. And let me just tell you how shameful it was. We only increased them, I think, about 20 when we did it the last time. And we have 12,000. And we know at least 6,000 of those, Mr. Chairman, are suffering from dementia or Alzheimer's. So do you think when your health department is educating, maybe they could educate the legislature on the need for folks to have some help in the home with their family members with Alzheimer's? Because I think they got all the education they need on what's going on with their family members.
Thank you so much.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
I move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's go to item 16, House Bill 610, and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. And you've got a committee sub, gentlemen?
Yes, sir. Let's take the committee sub.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You recognize, gentlemen, to explain the committee sub.
Mr. Speaker and ladies and gentlemen of the House, this bill deals with non-emergency medical transportation. It clarifies special transportation vehicles requiring permitting are vehicles designed for individuals that need special assistance, but they are ambulatory. And it defines these individuals as elderly and disabled. This bill amends that to say individuals who are physically or mentally unable to use regular means of transportation. CMS says non-emergency transportation should include several means of transportation, and they need to use the least costly option appropriate for the physical and mental condition of the individual. Regular transportation for ambulatory individuals is the lowest reimbursement rate, and our state restricts these options. So what this bill would allow is for licensed transportation network companies, such as ride-share companies like Lyft or Uber, to be able to provide these services to those who are ambulatory, but they do not need special equipment or assistance. At least 33 other states utilize these within their Medicaid networks with a net neutral or a net savings result. Any transportation for Medicaid would still be under a contract with the broker. Any vehicle providing special transportation would be required to have inspections, and all drivers would still have to meet certain safety requirements, valid driver's license, background checks, zero tolerance drug policies, etc. This bill would not prohibit specialized transportation vehicles from providing rides to ambulatory individuals. It does not create a new benefit. It allows more options to fulfill the existing benefits. And Mr. Speaker, that's my explanation of the bill, and I'm happy to yield for questions.
Questions of the gentleman on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move adoption.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 115 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Down to item 17, Chairman of Public Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 17, House Bill 849, called up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I see you got a committee sub, gentlemen.
Yes, sir, in lieu of the original bill.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You recognize, gentlemen, to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 849, in Mississippi, we face critical health care access challenges, particularly in the rural and underserved areas, where physician shortages have left many communities struggling to find timely, quality medical care. House Bill 849 is designed to address these gaps by modernizing health care delivery, ensuring that highly trained, advanced practice registered nurses can provide to the full extent of their education and their training, while reinforcing the vital role of physicians in leading Mississippi's healthcare system. Over the years, physicians have led the way in advancing healthcare in Mississippi, improving patient outcomes and shaping a system that delivers high-quality, evidence-based medicine. However, as patient demand continues to rise, particularly in primary care, anesthesia, and chronic disease management, the healthcare model must evolve to ensure Mississippians receive timely, effective care. This bill expands the definition and scope of APRNs, including nurse practitioners, certified nurse midwives, clinical nurse specialists, and certified registered nurse anesthetists, CRNAs. It eliminates the requirement for APRNs to maintain the collaborative relationship with a physician or dentist after completing 8,000 hours of clinical practice. It allows APRNs to count prior practice hours toward that 8,000. It also changes the Board of Nursing by adding a CRNA to the board. It also licensure anesthesiologist assistants. An AA will receive its license from the State Board of Medicine. AAs must work under direct supervision of an anesthesiologist. It establishes the education, examination, and licensing requirements for the AAs. And that's an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Felsher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, we've heard concerns from some physicians at a higher level, like cardiologists, that they would like the preference of having an anesthesiologist as the member of their care team on matters regarding anesthesia. As we work the bill through the process, could we look at language that would ensure that they have the right to have an anesthesiologist if that's what they feel is best for the patient's outcome?
Absolutely. I mean, as we all know, this bill is early in the process, and just like the previous bill that was similar to this, we want to keep it going and open to any suggestions made. So yes, we're open to certain procedures being added to this bill.
All right, thank you. And according to my data, about 27 states allow for nurse practitioners to have full practice authority, and about 23 states allow for CRNAs to practice without a collaborative agreement. Are you aware of any negative outcomes, adverse outcomes that have come from this standard?
I'm not aware of any specifically. I've looked at several studies on both sides of it, and I have those up here if I need to recite them. But
okay, and finally, Mississippi is ranked 50th, 49th, 48th, and the bottom of most appreciable metrics for health care. Do you believe that this could allow for greater access and improve that ranking?
100%, gentlemen. Most of the health care that's being done in the state of Mississippi is at that mid-level health care area, and that's what this bill addresses.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Watson. He passes. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, my good friend, you.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you, sir. I have a couple of concerns. Look, I get it. I heard what the gentleman said a minute ago about Mississippi being 50th. Would you agree with me, gentlemen, if we would have expanded Medicaid years ago, we would not be 50th in this with respect to having doctors in the state of Mississippi?
Well, I'm definitely for the Medicaid expansion. We would probably still be having this conversation, but it would not be in as tough a situation as it is right now. It would not be as dire as it is right now had we had Medicaid expansion.
Right. So my additional concern, and I do have an amendment that I prepared. We talked about nurse practitioners and CRNAs. With respect to their liability coverage, who would face the brunt of any medical issue that may happen under their supervision?
Well, if this bill comes through, the CRNA would be completely responsible. Of course, the patient under anesthesia, if there's a problem, would.
Right. So would it not fall upon the doctor's malpractice coverage?
Well, the CRNA would have the malpractice at this point.
And they don't carry the same amount as a physician does, am I correct?
Gentlemen, you would know that better than I. I have asked them about rates increasing and that sort of thing, but they're prepared to take it on.
Right. So, and I'm glad they said that, because I'm going to have something for them. We talk about the patient care. Now, I get it in these small communities where people know each other and they have opportunities to be treated by individuals that they know. As far as being in the city of Jackson, let's just say Jackson or Hattiesburg, the coverage area with respect to those individuals, qualified individuals, do you see this bill having very many qualified individuals being a part of the medical field?
Repeat it a little louder, gentlemen. I'm sorry.
Do you see, with respect to this bill, having this collaborative agreement, do you see them being a part of this medical field? If they're exempt from this agreement, what makes them, let me rephrase that, what makes them better than what they are without it?
It doesn't make them any better. All we're doing is again, the definition, and if I may, let me just define mid-level health care, because to me, that's what we're talking about
right.
For most of this. And it refers to medical services provided by non-physicians, healthcare professionals who have advanced training under a doctorate, an MD or a DO. So whenever we go in to see a family practice clinic, most times we're going to see a mid-level person to begin with. So I don't see it changing the qualifications or increasing anything for APRN. I just see it where, one, it would lower cost, and two, allow them to access more rural areas free from that collaboration. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Sunflower,
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
I'm sorry.
Got an amendment. I apologize, at the proper time.
Amendment at the proper time. Yes, sir,
you.
gentleman. Gentleman from Sunflower, Mr. Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also have an amendment at the proper time.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair, will you yield?
Yes, sir.
Just a few friendly questions. You noted when the gentleman from Harrison, he stood up and he asked you, as it relates to CRNAs, that there have been no negative outcomes. Is that correct?
I didn't know of any specifically, but I'm sure there have been, just like there has been with any provider.
Okay, and in those instances where there have been no negative outcomes, there's probably been an anesthesiologist present, correct?
I don't know that answer, but
there's probably been a surgeon, at least a surgeon present, correct?
Well, if you're going under anesthesia, as we talked about the other day, you're not going there just to be put to sleep. You're going there for a procedure that would require another doctor's presence.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the proper time.
Thank you, Jim. Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Powell. You have an amendment? Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Haney.
Gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I want to make sure the AAs, they have to be in the room with the anesthesiast.
They don't have to be in the room, but yes, they work directly under an anesthesiologist.
And the CRNAs, they can do their own thing without the anesthesiast.
If this bill was to pass, but let me explain the CRNAs right now.
Okay.
They're currently working. There's 900 or so working in our state, and anesthesiologists not necessarily in the room when they're performing their procedure, and so they're doing 70 to 90%, depending on who you ask, of the actual procedures in the state of Mississippi right now. So the anesthesiologist does not even have to be in the same town that they're collaborating with. So if there was something to go awry, which is concerning, they get on the phone in some cases with an anesthesiologist. So what we're saying is after 8,000 hours of that, then they're free from that collaboration.
Yeah, I'm good with that. It's the AAs that I just want to make sure that they're not as trained as the CRNAs, so they're there to assist the anesthesiast.
Correct. I think the gentleman from Harrison admits that. I think it's 22 or 23 states that are already licensed in, but with that license, they work directly under an anesthesiologist at all time.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I have a point of order on this bill.
Bring it forward in writing,
You want me to tell you?
We'll suspend business for just a second.
Sometimes when you're playing baseball, you throw a pitch towards his head. Get back on the plate. Take the bag off the plate. Just make him bag him off the plate.
All right. Lady from Scott raises a point of order under a violation of Rule 35, stating that the committee sub changes and introduces different subject matter from that of the original purpose. Chair finds that the lady's point of order is not well taken. The amendment does not in any way change the subject matter. In fact, it goes further into the subject matter. It does not change it in any way. So her point of order with regards to germaneness is not well taken, and I will further recognize the gentleman from Union to proceed with the bill. I believe I have three folks seeking to interrogate the gentleman. The gentleman from Hines, Mr. Nelson, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, can you tell us what will change if this bill is passed as far as the procedure or the way that our nurse practitioners are doing business?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. The way I see it, gentlemen, the biggest change in the state of Mississippi will be access to health care for all individuals.
All right, so currently, our nurse practitioners have to work under a physician's license, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm sorry.
Well, nurse practitioners work under the Board of Nursing, and that they're licensed separate from doctors.
Okay, so if they have a collaborative agreement with a physician and that physician's license is suspended, are they still able to practice, or do they have to stop practicing?
Yes, sir, but they'd have to get another position, a collaborating position.
So currently, the way things are, that could be devastating when we're talking about rural areas like the Delta, if a physician loses his license and they can't offer health care. Would you agree?
Very much so, yes, sir.
All right, thank you so much, gentlemen.
Thank you for the questions.
Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark. You have an amendment? Gentleman from Warren, Mr. Ford. For what purpose, gentlemen?
Introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Warren County delegation, me, Representative Denton, and Representative Harness, please help us make welcome the St. Aloysius AP Government class in the South Gallery.
Welcome. Good to have you here at your state capitol. Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Speaker. Gentleman, yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I've been listening to all this. When you first brought this bill up, I don't remember if it was yesterday or the day before, I believe you said, correct me if I'm wrong, that you had been anesthetized by someone who wasn't an MD anesthesiologist.
That is correct. It was CRNA. At the time, I had no idea, but I do realize that now.
Exactly, and that's what stuck with me. That happened, and you didn't know it until, well, obviously they woke you back up because you're here, but you didn't know it till after the fact, right?
That is correct.
And certainly we're all glad that they did manage to bring you back. I went under that same type of procedure myself this past summer. I had an MD anesthesiologist right there at in the operating room when it happened to me. So that's the first time I'd ever been put under. And I didn't want the second part of the put under, and I was really concerned about that. But when they brought me back, my fears, if you want to call them that, and actually it was fears because I'd never been in that procedure before. And I didn't know if I was going to come back. But they did bring me back. But I knew that was an MD anesthesiologist. If I had known beforehand that it wasn't, they wouldn't have put me under. So saying that to part of what I'm trying to say now, do you think it'd be a good idea to put something in this bill that if indeed it does pass and that it authorizes these quote unquote lesser trained people to do this very important action, that advance notification to the patient would be made? Advance notification, not, well, you're back. I'm going to tell you now that somebody did it that you might not have been happy with if you'd have known to start with.
Gentlemen, and that's an item that I have certainly entertained in putting in this bill, and I'm not opposed to it. Just a consent that you know it's a CRNA and not an MD, and I would be fine with that. And I think it's important that the patient knows who's treating them.
Well, and I'm glad you mentioned consent. Obviously, I'm a lawyer, and I know where you're coming from with the consent. I was also this patient that I'm talking about this past summer, and Lord knows how many consent forms I had to sign prior to this procedure, and one more certainly wouldn't bog up the system as far as I could see it. So I appreciate your acquiescence with that. And if I were to prepare an amendment to that extent, would that be okay? Or will you try to include that if this goes forward?
I would be okay with the amendment, and if you trust me to include it, I will make sure we include it in the bill. I plan on putting a reverse repealer in this.
Okay. My next concern is I have no concern with a CRNA being qualified to put me under, okay?
Yes, sir.
There's a lot of ways to be put under. My biggest concern is that person that's there to bring me back. And my concern dealing with that is if what happens during this procedure that you're put under anesthesia for, that something unforeseen happens that would require, because of its severity, a MD trained anesthesiologist to take over when this training, by the way, you mentioned, I believe the other day, that a CRNA has about 6 or 7 years of training as opposed to an MD anesthesiologist, which is about 11 years.
A CRNA is 7 to 8 years, anesthesiologist 12 to 14.
The main difference being CRNA don't go to medical school.
Correct.
That's that other 4 years that the
that is correct.
MD anesthesiologist has the advantage on, right?
Yes, sir.
Medical school being learning how to be a doctor to do medical stuff such as anesthesiology. Anesthesiology being a specialty that requires extra years past medical school too, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So the training that the CRNA doesn't have is medical school and the training over and above medical school to deal with the specialty of anesthesiology, right?
The medical school, yes. I would say yes. Anesthesiologists have more training.
And so that says to me, even if you're an MD, you're still not well trained enough to be an anesthesiologist. And in order to be an anesthesiologist, you got to have some more training over and above the MD status, and the doctors require that. So why in the world can I be comfortable with dropping back to the 7 years with essentially no specialty training, but only, I guess, doing this stuff as it comes up?
Gentlemen, I've been on your side in that thinking and have come around mainly because they're doing most of the actual anesthesia in the state of Mississippi right now, even and in rural areas, and even in my town of New Albany, which is, I don't consider rural, but there's not an anesthesiologist in the building. CRNAs are doing all the work. Yes, they collaborate, but that anesthesiologist is in Oxford, Mississippi, or in Tupelo, or in Memphis. So if something goes wrong, they get on the phone perhaps, or they solve it amongst themselves with other physicians in the hospital. So that's given me the confidence that they can do it. The CRNA does not go see somebody with a cold or with a cut. All they do is anesthesiology, and that 8,000 hours additional training that we're requiring, which is additional 4 years, will, to me, gives me the confidence they can do the job.
Well, I think you meant that to be comforting for me, but unfortunately it wasn't, because you're telling me that they're already doing this and they don't have an anesthesiologist there in case something drastic goes wrong, and I'm pretty much SOL when that happens unless they can get somebody on the phone, right?
That is correct, but what we're seeing in the state of Mississippi right now is things aren't going wrong for the most part. We're having great success.
For the most part. But those that don't contain in the most part are DOA, aren't they?
I don't know about DOA. I know I've looked at...
Well, they're not as good a shape as they would have been if they'd have woke up, right?
Perhaps. I'm glad you came back.
Well, you may be in a small minority there, but nevertheless, thank you. Which brings up another problem to me, and I'm glad you elucidated on that. Maybe we ought to be doing a bill now that requires more oversight of CRNAs than less, perhaps based on what you just told me the situation in Mississippi is.
And this is not a reason to go for more oversight or not go for more oversight, but it would completely shut down health care as far as anesthesia services go. Well, not completely, but we only have 240 some odd anesthesiologists in the state of Mississippi. There are 900 CRNAs, and they're all working, and we have an anesthesia provider shortage with those numbers that we have right now. So I think more oversight would cause more harm because people would not have the access to care.
Okay, well, I can see where you're saying that. That's all I had. I just had those thoughts, and I'm a relatively educated person, and I'm not going to let anybody put me under anesthesia unless I'm coming from a car wreck or something and I'm unconscious without knowing who it is beforehand. And I appreciate your agreement with at least the consent part.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I appreciate your questions.
Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing me again. Would I be correct in saying that a nurse anesthetist is more qualified than a general practitioner to administer anesthesia?
Yes, sir.
And I understand that there is a school at the University of Southern Mississippi, maybe other places, where they actually train these individuals to do this.
You're exactly correct, sir. Southern Mississippi has a CRNA school that was graduating 25. They've upped it to 35 this past year, and UMMC has been approved, and they're waiting on their credentials to start their CRNA program here in Jackson.
But right now, the University of Southern Mississippi is the only school.
The only school.
And these individuals make, what, in excess of $200,000 a year to
that's my understanding.
Okay, highly paid.
They're very highly paid.
Paid as much as some physicians.
Yes, sir, I guess. I don't know.
Okay. Now, you mentioned something about having a relationship with a dentist.
That's current statute. The CRNAs can work with the collaboration of a physician or a dentist. Yes, sir.
So a nurse practitioner can actually have a collaborative relationship with a dentist.
I know this. That's right. No, just the CRNA.
A CRA.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now again, the CRA is the nurse anesthetist.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but they would be performing anesthesia associated with
for no oral
dental
surgery.
care.
Yes, sir.
Would you help me and explain this collaborative or relationship or agreement? Would you explain that to me? I mean, I've heard people paying $1,000 a month, $2,000 a month. What is that relationship? Is it daily consultation, weekly consultation, monthly, or is it no consultation?
APRN, which is the general category for all nurse practitioners, CRNAs, they all fall under the advanced practice registered nurses. They have to have a collaboration currently in the state of Mississippi, and that collaboration states that a physician has to review only 10% of their cases. The other 90% don't have to be checked out in the state of Mississippi, and they have to review it within 30 days. So currently, right now, nurse practitioners are seeing people, and 10% of the people they see by statute are being reviewed.
So you're saying they're actually working pretty much independently of a physician now?
That's the way I see it, sir.
If it's a 10% case review and it's done within
30 days.
Within 30 days. Okay. Tell me this though. Is this bill, and I ask this question very seriously, in trying to determine the conservative versus the progressive position, is a yay vote on this bill progressive?
I think it's moving Mississippi forward. If that's progressive, then yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Lady from DeSoto, Ms. McCray.
Introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, on the North Gallery, I have a fine constituent of mine, Mrs. Kirby Carter. Let's welcome her to the Capitol.
Welcome to your capital. Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Go ahead and stand up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
I wanted to introduce you to my gorgeous, beautiful, talented granddaughter, Grace Payton, and her friend Marley.
Welcome, young lady. Great to have you here. Gentleman from Lauderdale, Mr. Calvert.
Introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome my oldest son, Jet Calvert, who is a freshman at Delta State, a member of the Fighting Okra and the Flying Okra. Please make him feel welcome.
Welcome, gentlemen. Great to have you here as well. Lady from Hines, Ms. Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please help me welcome one of my great constituents, Mrs. Johnny Gray.
Welcome, lady. Good to have you here. All right, I don't see any further questions. I've got several for amendments. I recognize the gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell, for his amendment. Gentleman from Hines, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, my first amendment is to add a reverse repealer on this bill that states this act shall take effect and be enforced from and to July 1st, 2025, and shall be repealed on June 30th, 2025. That is my first amendment.
All right. I don't see anyone seeking recognition. Does the chairman wish to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate the gentleman's amendment. However, I'm going to ask that the body vote against the amendment, and I promise you, and I've given my word to the gentleman, we'll continue to work on this process, and if we can find a way to get this in and we think it's prudent, then we'll do it. So I ask to vote no, please.
Gentleman from October Hall, Mr. Taylor, for what purpose?
Interrogation on the bill.
We passed that moment, gentlemen. We're taking amendments now. We've been on it for an hour. All right, question occurs on the amendment 1. If you favor the gentleman's amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it. Noes have it. Gentleman's got another amendment.
Right, noes never kill you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My second amendment basically increases and asks for nurse practitioners and certified registered nurse practitioners to have malpractice coverage in the amount of $2 million per occurrence and $6 million aggregate. That is the explanation of my amendment. I'm sorry, I sell insurance.
Chairman, wish to respond.
I appreciate the gentleman's honesty, but I think that's already current standard. However, I'm not 100% sure, but again, the same response. Let's verify some of this, and if we need to work it in the bill, I promise you we will. I ask you to vote no on the amendment.
You wish to close on your amendment, gentlemen? You good? All right. Question occurs on Amendment 2. If you favor the gentleman's amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it. Noes have it. I believe the gentleman from Sunflower has an amendment. Gentleman from Sunflower, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could the clerk read our amendment, please?
Amendment number 3 to House Bill 849 by Anthony. Amend require service in rural undeserved areas. Insert line at line 377. Amend section 73-15-20 to include, insert all newly licensed nurse practitioners and certified registered nurse anesthetists must complete a minimum of 2 years of service in a rural, underserved area before obtaining full unrestricted licensure. The Mississippi State Board of Medical Licensure shall determine and publish an annual list of qualifying underserved areas. Failure to fulfill this requirement shall result in temporary suspension of license renewal eligibility.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Gentleman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the chairman so eloquently stated, that Mississippi does face a shortage of highly skilled nurses, especially in those rural and underserved areas that look like mine, and northeast Mississippi and southwest Mississippi. And so what this amendment will do, it addresses this crisis by requiring those newly licensed nurse practitioners and CRNAs to complete at least 2 years of service in those underserved areas. And so this will help. Some of those proponents of this bill has called for this, has said that there is shortages in those areas that look like mine and look like some of yours. And so this amendment will require those newly licensed professionals to serve in those areas.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. Chairman, wish to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciate the spirit of this, and as I stated in the opening, this is the spirit of this whole bill. However, let's continue to work through this process, and if there's a way we can find more areas to healthcare to rural areas, we'll work on it, but let's not rush to it right now, so I ask you to oppose the amendment. Thank you.
Chairman, wish to close.
Yes, sir, and I do respect what the chairman said. I'm just repeating what he said in his opening statement, and I can assure you without this requirement, many rural communities will continue to suffer from inadequate medical services.
All right. Question occurs on Amendment 3. If you favor the gentleman's amendment, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Noes have it. The noes have it. Insufficient number. I believe gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter, has an amendment. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask the clerk if she would read the amendment.
Madam Clerk, please read the amendment.
Amendment 4 by Porter, amend on page 12 by deleting all of the language beginning after the period on line 307 through the period on line 311, and deleting the words "and certified registered nurse anesthetist" on line 312. Amend further to title to conform.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll be very brief. My amendment is pretty straightforward. It removes CRNAs from the bill. My reason for that is because I believe we're playing a dangerous game by allowing CRNAs to practice independently. The chairman, and I appreciate his work on this, and I appreciate his conversation with me about this piece of legislation, but he stated himself that if something was to go wrong in the operating room, then they would have to get an anesthesiologist on the phone. He stated the other day that if something that it is a team effort, and so if something was to go wrong, they would have to depend on a surgeon. Another point that I'll make is that there is no collaborative fee agreement between an anesthesiologist and a CRNA, and so that's a non-factor. I also want to be clear that I'm not against CRNAs, but I am for patient safety. And so I just want to ensure the safety of patients that go under anesthesiologists. I ask you to think about this. If you had to have surgery tomorrow, who do you want administering anesthesia to you? Do you want somebody that if something goes wrong, they got to get somebody on the phone to make sure that they wake you up? Or do you want somebody that can actually get the job done without having to get on the phone to ask somebody, how do they wake you up, or how do you fix a problem? And so I would ask you all to ponder that in your mind and to support this amendment. Thank you.
I don't see any questions on the amendments. Chairman, wish to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also stated that this is happening in the state of Mississippi right now, so if there is an issue and you're in a rural area, they're figuring it out, whether it's getting on the phone or talking to the surgeon next to them. So I'm going to ask you to oppose the amendment. There's not anybody here that doesn't care about patient safety, so that's priority. But therefore, if we're in an emergency and we need to have surgery, we're going to go to whoever can do it to get us fixed up right away. So anyway, it's happening in the state of Mississippi right now. I ask you to oppose the amendment. Thank you.
Recognize the author to close.
Vote for the amendment.
All right, question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 4. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Noes have it. Noes have it. We're down to gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll just explain this amendment real quick. The Department of Health has a definition of rural. It is a Mississippi county that has a population of less than 50,000 according to the most recent federal census an area of Mississippi with fewer than 500 persons per square mile, or Mississippi municipality with a population less than 15,000. I would like to include this into this language. If they're going to be removed from the collaborative agreement, let's make them go to the rural parts where we're having access to care. Every one of those nurse practitioners that sent an email, I read every single one of them, and every single one of them said access to care. If that's what this is really about, have them go to rural areas. That's my amendment.
Recognize the chairman to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the gentleman's amendment, mainly because he recognizes that if it's good enough for the rurals, it ought to be good enough for everybody. So if it's good enough for the rurals, let's just make it wide open for the rest of the state of Mississippi. And by the way, veterans, the VA recognizes nurse practitioners without the collaboration already. So again, I ask you to oppose the amendment and open this up for everyone. Thank you.
Recognize the author to close.
Thank you. And I don't blame the gentleman for doing this, but I don't need this in my district. Most of you do not need this in your district. Let's send them to the areas that are needed. Flowood does not need this bill. It doesn't need it. We don't need new clinics opening up here. We've got plenty. Send them to the rural areas if they want to be out from underneath this. I'd ask you to support the amendment.
All right. Question occurs on Amendment 5. If you favor the gentleman's amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it. The noes have it. I believe gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark, has an amendment. Gentleman from Holmes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to have the clerk to read my amendment, please.
All right, Madam Clerk, please read the amendment.
Amendment number 6 by Representative Clark. Amend by deleting Section 14 in its entirety and inserting the following new sections. Section 14, the provisions of this act shall not become effective until after the legislative has authorized the full funding of at least 100 scholarships under the Rural Physician Scholarship Program as certified by the Legislative Budget Office. Section 15, the act shall take effect and be in force from and after July 1, 2025 and shall stand repealed on June 30th, 2025.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, what we have before us is what we call a conditional amendment. And what we mean by it's conditional is that this piece of legislation will not go into effect until such time that the legislature do something in particular. And what the legislature is going to have to do before this legislation become in effect is that they're going to have to increase the number of rural physician scholarships that are being funded in the state. Right now there's 62. So it's going to increase it from 62 up to 100. Now, it's going to cost the state a small investment, right at about $1.2 million, about the cost of one trooper school. But the way I look at it, ladies and gentlemen, regardless of where you stand on this issue, I think we all agree on one thing, that in the state of Mississippi, we don't have enough doctors. And I think the second thing we can all agree upon is, regardless of what side you own, is that in Mississippi, rural Mississippi, don't have enough doctors. So we have a program that's been implemented several years, since 2007, and this program has proven to be able to get qualified Mississippians to go to medical school and can graduate our own rural doctors. And this program have a success rate of doing it. But we have to do an additional investment into this program. So this program here has proven to work. It is a program that can help us get more doctors in these rural areas and districts like mine. And I ask you to support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman, wish to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Y'all, this amendment again, like some of the others, is truly in the spirit of what we're trying to do here with this bill. I ask you to be in favor of this amendment. Let's expand our rural hospital or physicians program, and let's send them to the rural areas, and let's also send our mid-level cares out and increase their responsibilities and open their practice up. Thank you. Please support the amendment.
Gentleman from Etowamba, for what purpose?
On the amendment.
He's yielded the floor, gentlemen. Does he wish to entertain a question? He's yielded the floor.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
If this amendment passes, does this change the vote on it since it contains money?
I believe it's a 3/5 vote anyway, gentlemen. The majority vote is, because it's an amendment, it's a majority vote on the amendment. The bill in itself, in its original form, I believe, is a 3/5 vote. Is that correct? Clerk is telling me I'm correct.
Okay, thank you,
We're,
Mr. Speaker.
we're on a 3/5 vote threshold on the bill in its original form. This is simply, that's why it's flashing back and forth, because of the amendments.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I asked the same question, so I'm with you. All right, Mr. Chairman, you wish to respond? Anything further?
On the bill? Are we through with
No, I'm sorry. I've got two people seeking recognition. Gentleman from Neshoba, Mr. Bounds, for what purpose?
Yeah, just a question of the chairman on the amendment.
On the amendment.
On the amendment.
Okay.
Is there a fiscal note with this, Mr. Chairman?
I think it's around 1.3 million.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Byrd, for what purpose? Yes, sir, gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Etowamba.
Is this code section in this bill that will this relate to?
It's a conditional amendment. I've been informed by legal counsel.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Question occurs now on the adoption of Amendment 6. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. All right, Mr. Chairman, anything in closing?
It's almost lunchtime. I don't think they want to hear me talk anymore.
He moves final passage. I think everybody agrees with you on that, gentlemen. All right. Question occurs on House Bill 849. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 75 yeas, 33 nays, the bill passes. Anything further, Mr. Chairman? All right, we're going to break for lunch at this point. I'll recognize Madam Clerk if she has any announcements. She has no announcements. Any announcements by the members before we go to lunch? All right, we will break till 1:30, and I'll entertain the gentleman from Simpson's motion that we recess until 2 o'clock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House stand in recess till 2 o'clock.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand in recess until 2 p.m. If you favor that motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House stand in recess till 2 p.m. Let the House come back to order. I believe the Rules Chairman has a special guest. I recognize the Chairman of the Rules, gentleman from Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to turn it over to the gentleman from Lincoln to introduce our guest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you can see, once again, I have the royalty from the Dixie National. We have got the Queens here. We've got some Mississippi talent. We've got some from South Dakota, one from South Dakota, and one all the way north of the border, which Trump says we may bite. I don't know if that's going to happen or not. We're in discussions, but I have the Miss Dixie National, I have Miss Rodeo America, and we have Miss Rodeo Canada. So I've got some proclamations. First of all, we have Miss Dixie National, and that would be Miss Harley Grace Vincent. She is from Vicksburg, Mississippi. You know, we've got some legislators from Vicksburg, just so you know. You legislators from Vicksburg, y'all wave so she'll know her representative. There's one over there, there's one over there. So, well, look, everybody's y'all's representative. Jeez, I stepped right into that one. All right. But Miss Harley Grace became Dixie National Queen January 11th, 2025. No, that's today when we're recognizing. She competes in horsemanship, appearance, and photogenic categories, demonstrating her exceptional talent, grace, and poise. And for the duration of her one-year reign, she will represent the Dixie National Livestock Show and Rodeo at various events across our state, promoting the sport of rodeo and the values of the Western way of life. So tonight is the rodeo starting back up for you legislators. So if you want to see her do her thing on a horse, she's coming out wide open. So, Miss Harley Grace, I'll present this to you. Thank you very much. Now we have Miss Cody Wilson all the way from north of the border. She is from, where'd you say, Alberta? Alberta, Canada, for y'all to know where that is. She has an education combined degree from the University of Lethbridge with a major in indigenous studies and a minor in kinesiology. She also will be at the rodeo tonight, and she will come out at a high rate of speed, so y'all be there to welcome her all the way from Canada, Miss Rodeo Canada. Last but not least, we have Miss Rodeo America. There we go. Miss Callie Mueller is the current Rodeo America, Miss Rodeo America. She is from Florence, South Dakota. She is the sixth woman from her state to win this prestigious Miss Rodeo America title, an achievement that reflects her dedication to the sport of rodeo and her passion for preserving the Western way of life. Trivia question. Does anybody know the last Miss Rodeo America from Mississippi? Who got? Taylor McNair. See, have you met Taylor? Yeah. Yes. All right, she's met Taylor. All right, so we thank you for being here from South Dakota. Welcome to Mississippi. Yes, y'all be kind. She's going to say a few words. She don't sound like us, all right?
Well, I would like to thank everybody for having me here. Like he said, I come all the way from South Dakota, and I am super excited this year to represent rodeos across the United States. It has been a humbling experience already going to a new state and knowing that I represent rodeo in this state or in this town that you guys have here in Jackson that has been going on for many years and has left an impactful experience to many. As a representative of the sport of rodeo, I also am an advocate for the Western industry. The bills that you guys pass, when you keep in mind of agriculture, is influential not only across your state, but also sets a standard for other states across America. Agriculture in the Western industry is the backbone to America and our sport of rodeo. Our agricultural industry remains the fundamental part of our national identity and our heritage. And I want to thank you for having me here today and remembering and acknowledging our Western industry. Congratulations to y'all. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Yes, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. We're proud of our Mississippi girls. And we're proud of you too.
Thank you for having me.
Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
I noticed yesterday when I came in that Mr. Mango was standing out in the lobby with a cowboy hat on, and I was wondering if he's been named designated speaker over here for Andy Gibson, particularly since what happened today. Just curious.
I'll let you ask him personally, gentlemen, on that.
Thank you, Speaker.
He's not wearing a bolo. All right, we will return to the general calendar. Chairman of Public Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 18, House Bill 928, called up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules to be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize the lady from Lowndes to present the bill.
Lady from Lowndes is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 928 concerns sexual assault kits. If you all remember, a couple of years ago, we had some comprehensive legislation regarding rape kits and procedures, how quickly they have to be processed, how quickly they have to go to the crime lab, and victims' rights. And we've been working through this legislation, and we found that we also need to fine-tune some of this legislation. We found that victims are presenting to hospitals and medical facilities, and they're being turned away. We had a case in North Mississippi in January where we had a sexual assault, human trafficking victim that was sent to 3 different hospitals, 3 different medical facilities, and was refused a rape kit. So we've been working closely with the Hospital Association, and we've collaborated and come up with this legislation. And basically what it does, it's 3 prongs. An ER must have at least one person on duty who can perform a sexual assault rape kit. 2, they must maintain a sufficient supply of rape kits. And 3, they shall not turn away any victim that presents to an ER as a sexual assault victim. We also provide for the storage and refrigeration of those kits until law enforcement can come and pick those up. And that's just a brief explanation of the bill, and I have an amendment.
Right, you want to offer your amendment at this time? You want to explain your amendment, lady?
Yes. The amendment just removes the words trained, because we know that any RN or any physician can actually follow the instructions on a rape kit, so we've removed trained. And we've also provided for current storage and refrigeration in the pharmacy areas and other areas where they currently have refrigeration for other samples to be allowed to have these rape kits stored there. So that's a brief explanation of the amendment.
Are there questions on the amendment before we get to interrogation on the bill? Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Felcher.
Lady Yield.
Yes.
In committee meeting, Representative Curry, who I don't see, brought up to the fact that these kits were often being mishandled, and if they were, it would compromise them. Are we sure we want to remove the training aspect of this?
Yes, because the training is not necessary by the SANE nurses, which is the sexual assault nurse examiners. Anyone that has any kind of medical background or has gone to nursing school should be able to perform a rape kit. The instructions are right there on the kit. So we would be limiting ourselves by requiring training throughout the state. We are training some nurses in different areas, but it's not required in order to perform or complete a rape kit.
So you're absolutely sure that by removing this training, we're not going to compromise in any way the integrity of these kits?
No.
Okay, lady. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any further questions on the amendment? All right, question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The House is not voting. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Now, questions on the bill. Gentleman from Smith, Mr. Tullis.
Lady, will you yield?
Yes.
I just have one quick question. I think this is a great bill, but you've got hospitals require those with emergency rooms. What if it's just an emergency room that does not have a hospital? It's just an emergency room. Would they be required to do this, to follow this statute?
Yes, any medical facility is required to follow this.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentlelady yield?
Yes.
I really like this bill too. I had an incident where a victim came to the hospital and she had to wait 4 hours to be seen and to receive the care that she needed. But the question I have for the bill is, are there social workers included in the language? Because they're dealing with traumatic incidents. Are there any advocates there to assist them as they go through this process?
Yes, lady, there are in some areas. They have rapid response advocates in certain areas that will respond, especially to human trafficking victims. Here in the Jackson area, we have the the crime prevention facility, and they have their own sayings, and they have MOUs with some of the hospitals here, and they actually go to the hospitals, perform those kits. They have the support that's needed, but that's not all over the state. But
That's
yes.
not all over state.
Yes.
Yeah, so did the committee consider ensuring that we have that kind of support across the state?
Well, this is specifically for the performing of rape kits. It does not address any other type of support. But, the AG's office, Crime Victim Support Fund, I mean, there are numerous support out there for victims of other crimes as well. So, but this bill does not address that.
Okay, thank you, lady.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I don't see any further questions, lady.
Final passage.
She moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Lady from Humphreys, Ms. James Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction, please. In our South Gallery, we are so proud to have in our midst our group of beautiful women who are here as Black maternal health care advocates. We have a combination of 6 dimensions, Mississippi Black Women's Roundtable and the Mississippi Reproductive Justice Coalition in our South Gallery. Please make them feel welcome as they're here today. Thank you so much.
Good to have you at your Capitol today. Welcome. All right, I recognize the chairman for further work.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 19, House Bill 1498, called up and make the usual motions.
The gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Washington to present the bill.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This piece of legislation is extremely dear to me because this particular issue has impacted my life in multiple ways. I am a cancer survivor. Back in 2017, I was diagnosed with stage 4 throat cancer. I ended up having 6 surgeries. I was on a feeding tube. It impacted my life greatly. The physician that serviced me during that time, we buried him 2 weeks ago because he died from cancer. My grandmother, at the age of 68, died from ovarian cancer. And I was a junior in college. My roommate, who I shared some of my best times in life with, died from bone cancer back in 1998. So I've had a history of battling this issue. Now my mother and I have one thing in common. She had cancer of the mouth and throat. I had cancer of the throat. She's a 33-year survivor. And I hope to be blessed to be where she is. There are several members in this body who've had this battle going on. The gentlelady from Jones, who we often laugh about how chemotherapy left us. The gentleman from Rankin, we high-five each other because we both were going through it at the same time. And some of you have been here long enough to remember Senator Rob Smith, who was from Rankin County. We were going through chemotherapy together and he didn't make it. So I'm passionate about this, and I believe this needs to take place in this state. This piece of legislation deals with establishing a task force to look at cancer in this state. It has been noted that in 2025, 2 million cases of new cancer will be reported in the United States. Over 612,000 of those people will die. About 40% of men and women who have this issue lose this battle. So for me to be standing here is a blessing. Some folks wouldn't have this opportunity. Now, having said that, here's who will be on the task force. There'll be 3 members of the House and 3 members of the Senate appointed by the Speaker and the Lieutenant Governor. The Executive Director of the State Department of Health, his or her designee. The Executive Director of the Division of Medicaid, his or her designee. A representative from the Department of Insurance. A representative from the State Board of Pharmacy. A representative from the Governor's Office. A representative from the Department of Insurance and DFA. The Director of the Cancer Center and Research Center at UMC, his or her designee. Mississippi Hospital Association, the Executive Director, his or her designee. 2 physician reps who include oncology and hematology. The Mississippi Association of Health Plans, the Mississippi Director of Blue Cross and Blue Shield, a representative from Pharma who will be appointed by the Lieutenant Governor, 2 advocacy reps who will be nominated by the Susan G. Komen Foundation, ACS, Cancer Foundation, and the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. 2 cancer survivors appointed by the Governor, and reps from hospice providers to be appointed by the Speaker. This is a large group, but I think that's everybody who will be touched or who has been touched by this particular issue will have a voice at this table. They will be tasked with pulling together a comprehensive plan using data and realistic approaches, and their goal is to address cancer control, continuing primary prevention, early detection, diagnosis, treatment, and survivorship with health equity plans. That's the bill, Mr. Speaker. I answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
I move final passage, Mr.
He
Speaker.
moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 20, House Bill 1551, called up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed read the 3rd time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to recognize the gentleman from Hines to present the bill.
Gentleman from Hines is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm presenting House Bill 1551. This is a very important bill because it will deal with a problem that we have in this state, which is domestic violence. This bill will establish a domestic violence task force to review fatalities that resulted from domestic violence. This has been effective in the states that they've implemented it in because it has helped them adopt policies. It has helped them to put training in the schools to prevent this from happening. And it also has been able to help people identify what domestic violence is, because a lot of people are experiencing it and just don't know due to the lack of information. Now, this board will be housed at the Mississippi Department of Health. We're happy to have Dr. Etney's blessing on this, and we're ready to move forward with it, and I yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Hines for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, do you yield?
Yes, I do.
Gentlemen, are you aware that in the city of Jackson, a large number of calls that law enforcement have to deal with come from the issue of domestic violence?
Absolutely. It breaks my heart every time I hear that.
So this bill will not only focus on reviewing domestic violence in the entire state, but it also has an ability of helping our law enforcement direct their resources elsewhere once we get this issue under control. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
I think this is a good bill, gentlemen.
Thank you. And just to add to that, when we see domestic violence incidences, they're just counted as murder. And the person is charged with murder, and guess what? it's not looked at anymore. It's not picked up to see what could we have done to stop it from getting here. So this bill is going to do that. It's going to make sure we have a group of dedicated individuals that are volunteering their time and expertise to really dig into this issue so that we can put a handle on this.
All right, I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, if you'll direct your attention to the North Gallery, we have a sampling here of many of the youth that are coming from all around the state, so a lot of your constituents participating in a week of Camp Teen Pact, where they are learning and creating mock legislation and going through the same process that we're going through and learning about government. So y'all make them welcome and let them know how much we appreciate them.
Welcome. Don't do everything the same way we do it. All right, gentlemen, you have further work?
Yes, sir, one more. I'd like to go to item 21, House Bill 1064, called up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Chickasaw to present the bill.
Gentleman from Chickasaw is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 1064, it temporarily suspends the standard procurement process for mental health first aid trainers, and it will sunset December 31st, 2031. That is a brief explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 113 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll go to item number 22, House Bill 1133, and call it up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I see you got a committee sub, gentlemen.
Yes, I move we adopt the committee sub.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
So this bill actually just amends some legislation we passed last year regarding schools having a cardiac emergency response plan on file for students. So we added in some language to ensure that AEDs are within 3 minutes of an athletic facility, which is just in line with national standards, and then also established a mechanism to provide some funding for high-need districts should they need some help with that. So that's a brief explanation of the bill.
Questions on the committee sub? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Right, move final passage.
He moves final. I'm sorry, gentleman from Neshoba, Mr. Bounds, for a question.
Yeah.
You're recognized.
Thank you, gentlemen, and I like your bill. Do you have any idea how much funding are y'all asking for? I'm just curious.
Obviously, be happy to take whatever we could get to help out with this. I think the ask was around $2 million, but whatever we could take to help would be great.
Okay, thank you.
Look forward to working with you on that.
Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thanks, Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, great bill. It just occurred to me, do you know whether or not we have AEDs here?
I don't know that. That's a great question. I hope that we do. There's a lot of moments I feel like we've needed them this session.
Okay, so. I would certainly, it just didn't occur to me till just now, but I'd certainly like to know whether we do or not. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, sorry, gentlemen. I don't see any further questions.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Somebody vote to vice. There you go. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Down to item 23, Chairman Judby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call up item number 23, House Bill 1338, advance the usual motions, including the motion to adopt the committee sub.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The gentleman further moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Recognize the gentleman from Pearl River to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Pearl River is recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I actually need to move to table that committee sub.
All right. Gentleman from Jefferson, for what purpose? Okay. Gentleman's motion is to table the committee sub. If you favor his motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Committee sub's tabled. Gentlemen, we're back on the original bill.
Okay. And now have a strike all.
Gentleman offers strike all, Amendment 1. You want to explain your strike all?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. So what this bill will do, this is the legislation dealing with our unmarked vehicles for state agencies. The current statute is kind of wonky, so what we did is we just made a little bit, we rewrote it and cleared it up. Despite what the title says, we're not going to remove the Department of Public Safety from these requirements, so the requirements will remain the same. They've got to get approval from the governor and all of that stuff. We're just kind of putting the language in a simpler, easier to understand format, and that's an explanation of the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the strike all? Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Very good. Going? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
I should know this, and I apologize to you because I don't. Does this amendment or this bill apply to any Department of Public Safety vehicles that are quote-unquote law enforcement? What I'm getting at is, am I going to be blue lighted by a vehicle with no markings on it, or is my wife, and I'm concerned about that?
No, sir.
No, sir, I'm not, or no, sir, it's not a concern?
I know you don't speed, so you probably won't be blue lighted about anything.
No, but
No, it would apply to some of those vehicles, yes. But
So-
again, they have to get approval from the governor through the current process to get any unmarked vehicles. So we're not outright giving them unmarked vehicles. They got to go through the process like everybody else. Every other state agencies, you've got to ask whether or not you can drive around in an unmarked vehicle or not.
Oh, okay, I understand that. But again, my question is there going to be a vehicle out there, a state vehicle with law enforcement capabilities that might blue light me or my wife and us not know what it is other than it's a vehicle with blue lights?
That's possible, yes.
You don't see a problem with that?
We have it right now, gentlemen. There are unmarked police vehicles driving around the state right now.
Okay, well, I obviously have a problem with that. I just want to add to it, but thank you.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Was the gentleman here, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman?
ma'am.
Now, what we have right now, Mr. Chairman, I think you would agree, is that police cars are marked, and those police cars are in the performance of their official duty, which includes but is not limited to ensuring the safety of the public, the apprehension and investigation of criminal offenders, or the investigation of criminal activities. We have those out there marked right now, right?
Right.
Now, your amendment, strike all amendment, can you tell us who's going to be unmarked? Because we know the Highway Patrol is going to be marked. And we appreciate that.
Okay.
But who's going to be unmarked that's going to be able to stop us, pull us over, and ask us questions about our behavior?
Okay, the governor may authorize the use of specified unmarked vehicles upon written request of any state agency, department, or political subdivision, only in instances where such identifying marks will hinder official investigation.
And so I guess my question to you then is this: who do we have that is not already like Mississippi Bureau of Investigation and our investigative agencies? Who else are we now, could the governor possibly give authority to be in an unmarked car with black windows and we don't know where they're going to be or what they're going to be doing?
I don't believe we're adding anybody additional to it. We're just taking the current law and making it easier to understand, putting everybody under the same process.
Okay, but you don't believe that we're adding anybody. And of course, we can't see the strike.
I'm reading and I don't see us adding anybody that's not already in current law.
Okay, so the Capitol Police will continue to be in their marked cars.
Correct.
The DOT people will continue to be in their marked cars.
Yes, ma'am.
So who is it that the governor might give authority to be in an unmarked car? That's what I'm trying to find out from you.
Here we've got the Department of Mental Health listed. We've got.
Oh, okay. Let's just stop right there then.
What'd you say?
Let's stop right there.
There you go.
What in the world would the Department of Mental Health need an official vehicle to be unmarked? What would they be doing, gentlemen? What would they be doing?
I don't know, lady, but that's the current law, so we might can call them and ask them.
Okay, and who else? But I've never seen them in an unmarked. I mean, all the cars I ever see is Mental Health, Region 6, whatever. Can you tell us who else we've allowed to be unmarked?
Maybe they use it to transport the agency head. I'm not sure.
Now, you said that. I didn't.
Department of Agriculture.
Is the Department of Agriculture has unmarked vehicles?
The Theft Bureau Division, yes.
So what we need is an amendment to say that only the vehicles that are in the business of ensuring the safety of the public by apprehension and investigation of criminal offenders or the investigation of criminal activities, that's who needs to have the authority to be in an unmarked car. These DEQs and mental health and health departments and all these other people need to be in cars that's marked, that the taxpayers have paid for, and when we see them parked at the girlfriend's house, we'll know who they are.
I'm not going to make a comment on that.
Well, you already put the mental health lady in the police car.
And on the Department of Agriculture, the division within the Department of Agriculture that does criminal investigations, that's the division that has the authority. So those are law enforcement officers that would have that vehicle.
Gentlemen, this is what I think we would agree. This is governmental overreach. We should let people who are providing to the safety of the public, these folks should just be allowed to ride around in unmarked cars. And frankly speaking, gentlemen, we need to do something about these city officials and county officials riding around in these black, and you don't know who in the car with them, and y'all know where they all park. But thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate it.
Thank you, lady. Again, we're not changing anybody that gets a car. This is existing law. We're just editing it to make it easier to read, which now I've decided was probably a mistake.
Gentleman from Newton, Mr. Rushing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I think you answered my question with the last statement you made. So technically, we're not changing the law. We're just making it easier to read?
Correct.
Is that what I understood you to say?
If you look at the statute right now, it reads weird. And there's a lot of people who disagree as to whether or not they even need to ask for permission to get unmarked vehicles. So this is clearing it up to make sure it reads that everybody who wants an unmarked vehicle, they have to go through the process of asking the governor to get it, and then the governor has to report it to the auditor's office.
Okay, that clears it up. Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Hill.
Yes, sir.
Will school districts be able to do this?
I don't think so, no, sir.
Are you sure?
No. No, school districts cannot do it.
All right, well, go down to line 114 and tell me what that means.
What one did you say? Okay. County-owned motor vehicles?
Yeah, well, it talks about, hold on one second, my computer acting up. This happens quite often. Probably need to buy new computers. So you did away with the committee sub. This is a strike all. Did you clear out all the language in that bill? Because actually in the original bill on line 114, it says up to 3 motor vehicles owned or leased by Pascagoula Municipal Separate School District for the use of the district security office shall not be subject to this provision or this section. So I know that's current law, but why would a school district need unmarked cars?
I don't know.
So let me tell you what my concern is, and maybe you will agree with me, that if my daughter is driving down the highway and somebody is perpetrating a law enforcement officer and all they have is the blue lights and they pull her over and it's a Dodge Charger or whatever, a Ford Explorer, and she stops and somebody sees her being snatched out of her car and thrown in the back of another car, how will a pedestrian be able to help assist the law enforcement agency to say if it was an officer or was not an officer, if there's no markings on the car?
You'd have to provide a description of the vehicle if somebody's witnessed a potential kidnapping. I'm not sure.
I'm a little concerned about the safety of people in this state, with unmarked vehicles. The gentlelady from Jones has a point. I do think that if you're not on official business for law enforcement, why shouldn't you have some markings on your car? I don't understand, why does the Department of Agriculture need undercover unmarked cars? Why do they need them?
Unmarked vehicles, I mean, they do investigations and they have a criminal division there too. I mean, theft of livestock is a big thing. They investigate that, I know off the top of my head.
All right.
Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't really want to beat this dead horse anymore, but I have seen on the interstate cars being pulled over like by Ford Explorers unmarked, Camaros unmarked, and I just want to say, are you aware of that?
I have never seen anybody pulled over by an unmarked vehicle, but I have noticed that some agencies have the wording on it so similar to the color of the vehicle that it almost looks unmarked. But I've never seen an unmarked pull over anybody.
And just as a woman, I can tell you it's very weird to be pulled over by a car that you don't know who's in it. I feel that it is unsafe for the officer and the woman behind the wheel. So I'm just afraid we're asking for trouble where we really don't need it.
And lady, that may be the case, but again, we're not changing any laws. And
Yeah,
I will
I know.
say in those instances, law enforcement will tell you if you feel like you might be in danger and you're being blue lighted, drive to a well-lit location before you get out of the vehicle. They're not going to arrest you for fleeing if you do that.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
2 questions I did not find in the narrative I read. Why would this authority lie with the governor? The governor is not certified, not bona fide, not qualified to handle law enforcement issues, criminal issues. Why would the governor have the authority to designate such vehicle? I mean, authorize such vehicles to go unmarked when it should be perhaps left with some some transportation or maybe police or state police or whatever the case may be?
Gentlemen, the governor is the elected governor of the state. I'm assuming that he's using his authority granted to him by the people to manage the agencies that he's over, which would include the Department of Public Safety. As you know, he appoints the head of those agencies.
But he's not certified in no regards as in terms of law enforcement, is he?
That's existing law, gentlemen.
Pardon me?
That's the current law. That's what's in the law right now. We're not changing the substantive portion of the law. That's what it is. So if that's a problem, I suggest you bring a bill next session to change it.
Okay, well, how many agencies would have this authorization to have unmarked vehicles?
I believe I counted.
List the agencies, please.
What did he say?
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
I have an amendment at the proper time, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, lady. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Felcher.
Mr. Speaker, I think Representative...
Yes, sir. Mr. Brown, you had further interrogation?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. I had asked him to please identify the state agencies that's authorized to have these unmarked vehicles, please.
I'm sorry.
Okay, hold on just a second, gentlemen. It says here, any state agency, department, or political subdivision, only in instances where such identifying marks will not hinder investigations. The governor will then approve or disapprove and then report who he's authorized to have these vehicles to the state auditor to be published. So it could be any state agency as long as they ask to do it.
Thank you.
All right. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Felcher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Maybe I missed it, but can you bring us back to the genesis of this bill? What brought this on?
The genesis of the bill?
Yeah. How did you get here? Why are you doing this?
This came at the request of some of our agencies.
Was it through the Department of Public Safety?
Yes, gentlemen.
Okay, well, you haven't... Gentlemen, the explanation of the bill hasn't been so great, so I apologize. We were trying to understand why this is being done to possibly vote for the bill that you're presenting.
It came by way of the Department of Public Safety, but the bill that is before you right now does not give them anything. Ultimately, we decided to just fix the statute as opposed to granting them anything. Like I've said several times, we're just getting the statute to where it can be readable and easier to understand.
Yeah, that's the best way you've said it since you started. Good job.
Next time I'll let you come explain it.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
So when I'm reading this thing, it says Department of Public Safety, the Capitol Police, and the Bureau of Narcotics. Now, right now, the Bureau of Narcotics, they already can ride around in unmarked vehicles, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Capitol Police, they want to have unmarked vehicles?
If the governor approves it, the amendment here says any state agency, if they request and it's approved, they could.
Is that a limited number of unmarked vehicles outside of the Bureau of Narcotics?
Not that I'm aware, no.
Because, man, you talked about this bill, and I'm pretty sure, being from Pearl River, you know you don't want to have a flood of unmarked vehicles in an area, because that interferes with the Bureau of Narcotics doing their job effectively. So can you make sure that outside of the Bureau of Narcotics, there's a number of vehicles that can have?
Yes, I will look into that.
Because we know we'll have some people going around with a whole fleet of task force vehicles that's not the Bureau of Narcotics, because the Bureau of Narcotics need that for the element of surprise when they're going after what they do. And the reason I say that, because they just had a Tri-County drug bust on the Gulf Coast this weekend, right?
Yes, sir, I understand that.
And some people take shots at the police cars, unmarked cars, and say that they don't know that they were law enforcement. So as one of the other ladies said in here, we had to protect our law enforcement community as well. So just make sure that's in there.
Yes, gentlemen, I'll look into that.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes.
All right, gentlemen, you made a statement a little while ago.
I can't hear you.
Gentleman from Choctaw, you're in the line of fire, brother, and that hair is all up in the line of fire. Gentleman from Hines, you're recognized. If you can get over that, you can move on to your interrogation.
All right, so gentlemen, you made a statement a moment ago when we were talking about people not wanting to pull over for the police in an unmarked vehicle because it could be late at night. Now, you said that you can go to a gas station or somewhere that's well lit. I want to know, is this in the law somewhere, or is this just a policy?
That's just a policy, gentlemen.
Would you be open to an amendment to put that in the law?
No, gentlemen, because I'm about to lay this bill on the table subject to call.
All right, thank you.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Yates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Well, lady, can I just lay the bill on the table?
Just give me one moment.
Yes, I'll yield.
So our second year here, I think, you and I co-sponsored a bill that would just reorganize the expungement statutes to make those easier to read. Do you remember that?
Yes.
That bill did nothing to change the law, is that correct?
Right.
And it died a swift death because people were terrified of doing anything, even though it did nothing.
Yes.
Is this bill similar? It does absolutely nothing. It just makes things easier to read.
Correct.
Thank you.
Which, again, mistake. Not going to do that again. Lay it on the table subject to call, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman's motion is to lay the bill on the table subject to call. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. The noes have it. The bill is still before the House.
Pass the bill then, please.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. Restate that.
Move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Oh, I'm sorry. I did forget, lady. Ms. Scott asked to offer an amendment. You may come forward with your amendment.
Do we need to adopt that one first?
Yes. She's amending the strikeout, so I believe she would need to go first. Right?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the House, what my amendment does, it just says that if the Department of Mental Health has to do some criminal investigation, they can request the governor to give them an unmarked vehicle. But what the amendment says is that they have to be ensuring the public safety, which is what the language was before, in the apprehension and investigation of criminal offenders or the investigation of criminal activities. So if they stealing cows, agriculture can have their vehicle. But y'all know we don't need what we got going on out there now. So let's adopt this amendment, please.
Recognize the chairman to respond.
No objection to the amendment.
All right. Question occurs on Amendment 1 to strike all Amendment 1. If you favor that, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Anything further on the strike all, gentlemen?
No, sir.
Do you move final passage?
Yes, sir. Adopt the amendment and then final passage.
All right. So that's all right. Question occurs on strike all Amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill now, Mr. Chairman?
Move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Judd B may be fixing to get an award. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 66 yeas, 48 nays, the bill passes.
Judd B. yields the floor.
All right, conservation. Gentleman from Pearl River, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I got two requests. Item number 24, House Bill 1102. I'd like to pass on it, hold its place on the calendar, and I'd also like to have it read a third time.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will do that. County Affairs. Gentleman from Forest, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 25 on today's general calendar, House Bill 937, call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill clarifies who may serve as a hearing officer in a disputed solid waste bill. That's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 115 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. I believe we're down to military affairs. Gentleman from Tishomingo, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I'd like to call up House Bill 1268, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call on the gentleman from DeSoto County to handle the bill.
Junior gentleman from DeSoto is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1268, the Mississippi Save Our Service Member Task Force, is a bill that establishes a task force in the state of Mississippi in order to help address and assess the needs of our veterans community across the state. You know, our state, a lot of folks forget that we still have folks deploying all over the globe, even after 20 years of post 9/11, and we still have service members coming back home that are struggling with mental health challenges. You know, I could say as a company commander, I lost a soldier, a young soldier, when I was serving as a company commander down in Poplarville. After I came out of command, I lost another soldier who lost his life to suicide. And most recently, this past year, I lost a friend, somebody that I looked up, a mentor, to mental health challenges. So this bill will create a task force consisting of 15 members with the subject matter experts, not just in this chamber, in the chamber across the hall, but all equity partners in the state of Mississippi. Calls on non-commissioned officers, commissioned officers, our chaplains, all of our mental health professionals, in order to help try to bridge that gap to ensure that our service members, that we're doing everything that we can to end soldier suicide. So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, that is a brief explanation of the bill. I yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I'd like to call up House Bill 1393 and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call on the gentleman from Newton to handle the next piece of legislation.
Gentleman from Newton is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you is House Bill 1393, and this is a bill that came to us as a request of, I believe, the governing agency in Lauderdale County and NAS Meridian, Naval Air Station Meridian. And what this bill will allow our military installations to do is to work with the local governing agency to, for instance, if they needed to pave a street on that installation, they could get with the local government, county government, and hypothetically the Navy may say, we'll pay for the asphalt if you'll bring your men and equipment in and do it. And so it allows collaborative agreements and working together with our military establishments in the state and local governing agencies to save the military money, and it also helps the local government as well. And that's an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen,
Yes, sir.
I believe I'm really liking what you're doing. Say if a small community had issues like with drainage dishes and stuff like that, but there was a local National Guard detail there, they could work and partner and help clean those situations.
You're correct, gentlemen. Yes, sir. They can work together. This allows state or county or state or city-owned equipment to work on a military installation and vice versa. So you are correct, yes, sir.
Oh, gentlemen, this is an outstanding piece of legislation.
I love it.
Yeah.
I don't see any further questions.
Move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay.
Mr. Speaker, Military Affairs yields the floor.
Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Brings us down to transportation, item 28.
Mr. Speaker, request.
State your request.
Item 28, House Bill 74, hold its place on the calendar and be read the third time.
All right, we will do that.
Item 29, House Bill 580, call it up, make a usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it.
Recognize the gentleman from Prentice.
Gentleman from Prentice is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, would you please stand with me today in honor of the men and women of our great nation that have received the Medal of Honor. By the way, we passed this wonderful piece of legislation last year, and the Senate did not allow it to live on their end of the building. The Medal of Honor is the highest military decoration in the United States, awarded to members of the armed forces who have demonstrated exceptional valor, and the President of the United States is the one that actually presents this Medal of Honor in the name of Congress. Ladies and gentlemen, this piece of document that I hold right here today, this bill is an act to designate the entire segment of Interstate 22 that lies within the state of Mississippi, along with a portion of U.S. Highway 78 located in Bahia, DeSoto County, Mississippi, that extends northwesterly to its point of beginning at the Mississippi-Tennessee state line, and it shall be known as the Medal of Honor Trail. That is the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
All right, I don't see any questions on the bill.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, item number 30, House Bill 638, call it up and make a usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. You recognize, gentlemen.
Recognize the gentleman from Newton.
Gentleman from Newton is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 638, it amends Section 2755-501 Mississippi Code. It allows Mississippi Department of Transportation, once they have gone through a bidding process, once they've awarded a project, they have the capability, if once that contractor starts the project and they discover something that maybe the Department of Transportation didn't realize was broken or in need of repair, It gives the Department of Transportation the authority to increase or pay that contractor up to $250,000 more above the contract originally to correct that particular problem. Currently, they have that authority, but that ceiling is $100,000, and it just hadn't been adjusted over the years. And so they're just requesting that we increase it from $100,000 to $250,000 without having to go back out, rebid, go through a real lengthy process. And that's an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Smith, Mr. Tullis.
Gentlemen, will you yield?
Yes, sir.
Is there any oversight on this in the event that this occurs, as far as the state paying that contractor as far to basically to account for what is spent to ensure the work is done?
Gentlemen, it would be the same ones that are over the project, your project managers, your people with the MDOT, I'm sure would justify that change is needed in the work order or in that contract and approve as necessary.
Okay, thank you.
There's no further questions. Move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
You got more questions. Lady from Hines, Ms. Yates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you say that the $100,000 limit was put in place?
It does not say in statute, ma'am, when it was put in place. It just says that's what it was.
So it's been quite some time, you would say.
I do not know. Council says it's been years.
So would you say increasing it to $250,000 would be at least at a minimum to account for inflation?
I think that's the idea, lady, is just to keep up with inflation and the cost of supplies nowadays compared to what it was when that figure was first put in the law.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, lady.
All right, don't see any further questions.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 117 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 31. This is going to be House Bill 854. Call it up and ask the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You recognize, gentlemen. I see you've got a committee sub.
Yes, sir. I'd like to adopt the committee sub in lieu of the original bill.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an act to designate a segment of Mississippi Highway 19 South in Neshoba County, Mississippi, as the Master Sergeant Bridget R. Horn Memorial Highway. Master Sergeant Horn was actually a veteran of our U.S. Air Force, and she was also an investigator for the Meridian Police Department. I do have an amendment at the proper time, Mr. Speaker.
All right, you may offer your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment would simply add and direct MDOT to include Master Sergeant Horn's end of watch date as November the 9th, 2020, and the signage should reflect that.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 32. This is going to be House Bill 909. I should call up the bill and the normal motion there.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an act to designate a segment of Mississippi Highway 9 South, located in Pontotoc County, Mississippi, as the Megan Bedford Reed Memorial Highway. That is the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
All right, questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
It moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is item 33. This is going to be House Bill 1227, and I'd ask you to stand, if you don't mind, in recognition and honor of these 3 wonderful Mississippians. This is an act to designate the Strong River Bridge, which is a segment of Mississippi Highway 149 located in Simpson County, Mississippi, as the Badger Malone Englehart Memorial Bridge. The Strong River Bridge, which is a segment of Mississippi Highway 149 located in Simpson County, Mississippi, is designated and shall be known as the Badger Malone Englehart Memorial Bridge in honor of Mr. Charles Badger, Mr. Kevin Malone, and Mr. Charles Englehart, who were victims of the bridge collapse over the Strong River on October the 6th, 2024. That is the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
All right, Mr. Chairman.
Move
You called the bill up, move the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the 3rd time, and placed on final passage. All in favor of that motion indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I see no questions on the bill. The gentleman moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted?
Everyone voted.
Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 34, this is going to be House Bill 1245, and I have an amendment at the proper time.
You may offer your amendment. Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the 3rd time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Bill's before us, gentlemen, and you're recognized to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you wouldn't mind, one more time, would you stand, ladies and gentlemen, in honor of one of our great military men that lost his life. This is an act to designate various segments of the state public highway system in the state of Mississippi after several individuals. The amendment simply does this: it adds Section 2 to the bill. A segment of Old Highway Mississippi 25 North located in Itawamba County, Mississippi. The specifications and commencement and terms to be determined by the Itawamba County Board of Supervisors, and to extend for a distance of 1 mile and shall be known as the Chief Warrant Officer Derek Abbott Memorial Highway. If you will remember, Chief Warrant Officer Abbott was one of the men that actually lost his life in the helicopter crash on Highway 30 in Prentiss County, Mississippi. And he was actually going to fly back to Tupelo, and his family was waiting on him there to celebrate his retirement. And of course, he didn't make it back home that day. So as we continue to move through this process, I'm sure that family's still mourning and grieving over the loss. And continue to remember them in your prayers as we move forward. Section 3 of the bill is a section of Fairway Banner Road located in Itawamba County, Mississippi. And the specifications and points of the commencement and terms to be determined by the Itawamba County Supervisors, to extend a distance of 1 mile and shall be known as the Larry Cromeans Memorial Highway. Mr. Speaker, that is the explanation of the bill. If there are no questions, I move final passage.
All right, I don't see any questions on the amendment. If you favor the gentleman's amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, move final passage on the bill. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. I'd like to move to item 35. Call it up and ask the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the 3rd time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1541 is an act to designate a segment of Mississippi Highway 366 located in Prentiss County, Mississippi as the Houston Dale Kennedy Memorial Highway and for related purposes. That is the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker. Move final passage, no questions.
I don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 118 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we could go to item number 36, House Bill 1562, and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
I'd ask that my vice chair, gentleman from Lamar, be allowed to explain the
Vice Chairman, gentleman from Lamar is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 1562 just brings forward the code sections for the Education Enhancement Fund for procurement section. Excuse me, a few years ago we made some changes that haven't worked out super well between DFA and the Department of Education. Both agree that the current arrangement does not work, so we've been working with them to try to come up with a solution. We don't have the solution figured out yet, so we're just moving the code section forward to take care of that as we move through the session. That's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, I believe, Chair Lady of Medicaid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to go to item number 37, House Bill 1147 on today's calendar, and make the usual motions.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You recognize, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment.
All right. You are recognized for your amendment. You want to explain it?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. This is simply adding a reverse repealer to the bill.
All right. Questions on the amendment? I do not see any. If you favor the adoption of Amendment 1, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You recognize, lady, for further explanation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 1147 simply brings the code sections, Medicaid code sections 115 and 117, their eligibility code section, services code section. Otherwise, the bill is all existing law. There is no new language in this bill. It is all existing law. And we just added a reverse repealer, so that is my explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, lady.
Move final passage.
She moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 105 yeas, 3 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Simpson, Chairman of Constitution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item number 38, HCR 17.
All right.
I recognize the lady from Lowndes.
Lady from Lowndes is recognized to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a very simple amendment. This concerns citizenship voting, and it changes just 2 words in section 241. Instead of saying every inhabitant of the state who's a citizen of the United States is eligible to, is declared to be a qualified elector eligible to vote. And we are changing that to only an inhabitant. So it's more narrowly tailored and more
Lady,
restrictive.
do you have an amendment? I'm sorry, you
I do not, but I believe
you said you were going to explain the amendment. I'm not sure what we're...
I'm sorry. It's an amendment to, this HCR is an amendment to our Section 241 of our Constitution.
Okay.
Not a specific amendment, but we do have a specific amendment.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out what you're doing right now. And you said I've got an amendment, so that's why I'm thrown off a little bit. Are you explaining the resolution that you're presenting?
It is a concurrent resolution proposing an amendment to Section 241, Mississippi Constitution of 1890, to provide that only citizens of the United States are allowed the opportunity to vote and for related purposes. That is my explanation of the House concurrent resolution number 17.
The gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell, for what purpose?
I have a question, but I'll wait till we figure out what we're doing.
Okay. All right. And I believe we have an amendment. Lady, I don't see anyone else seeking to interrogate you. You have an amendment to this resolution?
Yes.
All right.
A colleague from Ottawa.
Thank you, members of the House. This amendment is very simple. It amends on line 12 by striking the language of idiots and insane persons and inserting in lieu of persons adjudicated to the non-corpus mentis. So it's changing idiots to non-corpus mentis. That is the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So somebody's going to have to explain that in non-lawyer talk.
Chick's not a lawyer.
I'm not.
I didn't understand.
Okay, so
gentleman from Ottawa, you recognize?
So the language of the bill actually spells out using the language of idiots to actually speak towards an individual who may be adjudicated, persons adjudicated, and changing it to corpus mentis, which is Latin for mentally insane. So changing idiots to mentally insane.
Okay, so I'm not sure what that has to do with if you're not a legal citizen having to vote. You're not changing any of that, are you?
No, not just okay. That word idiots. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I don't see any further questions on the amendment. Does the chair wish to respond? Or is she still interrogating you?
No, I'm not.
Okay. I thought he had a Bible.
We don't have a problem with the amendment, Speaker.
Gentlemen, we couldn't hear you.
I couldn't hear anything.
I said we do not have a problem with the amendment.
All right. Question occurs with the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Anything further on the bill, on the resolution?
No, Mr. Speaker.
You move final passage, final adoption?
Final adoption.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the resolution, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 109 yeas, 4 nays, the resolution is adopted. We're now down to item 39, gentlemen. From Simpson. He passes on 39. We're back to Judd B. Gentleman from Grenada, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call up item, I believe it's number 40, House Bill 863. And recognize the gentleman from Pearl River to handle this bill that has a reverse repealer in it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You make the usual motion.
Make the usual
Gentleman
motion.
calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed red the third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor of that indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain the committee sub.
Court's your indulgence. Please hold. I don't see it. Okay, this is the Crime Victims Bill of Rights. We passed this last year, just making sure our crime victims, particularly for human trafficking, understood what they were entitled to. Under the law, this is adding some additional language to help us draw down some federal funds. So this is tied to a federal program that was passed a couple of years ago. We have to change this language slightly in order to draw down that money. That is an explanation of the bill, but I have an amendment also, Mr. Speaker.
All right, you're recognized for your amendment.
Okay.
You're recognized for your amendment,
If the clerk could read the amendment. I'm kidding. Okay, this amendment would add to this bill a bill similar to a bill that we passed last year related to the relationship. Thank you. Related to the relationship between therapists and their patients. As you know, there's been a recent controversy surrounding a therapist in the Pine Belt who's been accused of taking advantage of his patients, and a lot of groups believe that it should be illegal for a therapist to do that. So what this bill would do is it would prohibit sexual contact between a therapist or counselor and his or her patient. It would make it a felony if that sexual conduct occurs. The penalty would be 0 to 5 years with a maximum fine of $0 to $10,000. That is an explanation of the bill, this amendment, and I would yield for any questions. It also includes a reverse repealer.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Yates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Are there already ethical prohibitions against a therapist or a counselor having sex with their patients?
I believe so, yes, there are.
Okay. Does this bill only address therapists or counselors?
No, it defines therapists and counselors to also include clergy members.
Okay.
Like preachers and counselors, yes, it would include them as well.
So we would be making that a felony, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, but we aren't doing anything, for instance, with respect to an 18-year-old that's having sex with her professor or her teacher?
I believe not professor, but teacher, no, we're not. Not for an 18-year-old.
So what's the difference? Explain that to me.
The difference, I guess, the argument would be that these therapists have a unique and special relationship with their patients. Their patients rely on them in an emotional manner and in a manner that they might become vulnerable. And
so you don't think an 18-year-old female might be vulnerable to her 35-year-old professor in college?
I'm sure she is, but that's not in this bill.
Is there a reason? That's my question.
I do not believe there's any reason other than the people who wanted this bill are targeting the problem they see existing with therapists and preachers apparently having sex with their patients and parishioners.
I guess my point is, if we're going to make consensual sex a felony, then maybe we should do it across the board. Do you not agree?
You want to make all consensual sex a felony?
I don't want to make any of it a felony, but I don't think we should pick and choose is my point.
I understand your argument.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move to adopt the amendment, Mr.
All right,
Speaker.
question occurs of the adoption. I'm sorry, gentlemen. Did I interrupt you? We're on the amendment.
Good. Yeah.
Question occurs of the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. Noes have it. Amendment's defeated. Anything further on the bill?
Move for final passage on the bill.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 107 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. That's going to conclude our work today on the general calendar. I'll recognize Madam Clerk for any announcements. Announcements by the members. Gentleman from Choctaw, Mr. Hood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to have the following bills read for the third time. Item number 8, House Bill 1081, read for the third time. I want to have item 46, House Bill 957, read for the third time. Item 47, House Bill 1441, read for the third time. 48, on item 48, House Bill 599, read for the third time. And item 49, House Bill 1440.
Members, please don't leave. We got one item on the Ways and Means calendar that I forgot about, and the Vice Chairman's trying to handle it. So
1442, read for the third time. Item number 67, House Bill 1380, read for the third time. And House Bill 1543, House Bill 1589, House Bill 1388, House Bill 1132, and House Bill 608, and House Bill 1366, read for the third time.
that's an awful lot of Judd A, gentlemen.
That's correct, gentlemen.
But we will read them for the third time.
Thank you.
All right. I got ahead of myself. We're going to go to the Ways and Means calendar for one item that the Vice Chairman had notified the Chair about, and I believe the gentleman from Lee is going to handle that bill. You want to tell us, Mr. Vice Chairman, where you are?
Yes, sir. Let's see, let me get there. On today's Ways and Means calendar, item 1, House Bill 1501. Called up, use your motion.
We're at item 1 on the Ways and Means calendar, the only item there. Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
I recognize the gentleman from Lee to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Lee is recognized to explain this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Vice Chairman. So this bill 1501, what this bill does, this bill allows a city, a county, or a county and a city, or multiple cities and counties to enter into agreements with developers for projects where they can, the city or the county or the combination thereof can enter into reimbursement agreements with these developers for to do some projects in their locations. They would take any funds made from the project, like in property taxes, sales taxes, that, and be able to reimburse the developers for certain expenses on these projects. This is mainly for some small to mid-sized projects that aren't big enough to meet the regulations under some of the other opportunities that we have given. So that's a brief explanation. Take any questions.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Bennett, did you have a question? All right, I don't see any questions on the bill.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 114 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Anything further, Mr. Vice Chairman? We good? All right, thank you. All right, we return to announcements from the members. Gentleman from Grenada, Mr. Horan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to have the following items read for the third time. Item number 86, House Bill 564. Item number 88, 1298. Item number 90, 89 and 90. 89 is 1337, 90 is 1612, and item number 96, House Bill 1509. 102 is House Bill 1285, and 103 is House Bill 1286. I have those read for the third time, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will do that. Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to have the following items read for the third time. Item number 61, House Bill 943. Item 62, House Bill 1177. Item 64, House Bill 1186. Item 65, House Bill 1191. Item 66, House Bill 1297. Item 100, House Bill 1065. And item 101, House Bill 1099.
Gentleman from Warren, Mr. Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to have the following items read for the third time. Item number 73, House Bill 767. Item number 74, House Bill 1293. Item number 75, House Bill 1530.
Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Kincaid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 69, House Bill 1637. I'd like to have it read the third time.
Thank you, gentlemen. Lady from Pearl River, Ms. Wilkes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to have the following bills read for the third time. Item number 3, House Bill 1455. Item number 4, 1463. And item number 114, House Bill 1121.
Thank you, lady. We will do that. Gentleman from Oktibbeha, Mr. Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to have the following items read for the third time. Item number 41, House Bill number 703. Item 42, House Bill number 1142. Item 43, House Bill number 1144. Item number 44, House Bill number 1563. Item number 45, House Bill number 1619. And item number 2, House Bill 1433.
Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Yancey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to have the following items read for the third time. Item number 50, House Bill 609. Item 51, House Bill 669. Item 52, House Bill 875. Item 53, House Bill 942. Item 54, House Bill 991. Item 55, House Bill 1166. Item 56, House Bill 1547. Item 77, House Bill 1157. Item 97, House Bill 245. And item 111, House Bill 1553.
Gentleman from Smith, Mr. Tullis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hold item number 18 on today's calendar, House Bill 928, on a motion to reconsider.
Thank you, gentlemen. Please notify the chairman. Gentleman from Noxubee, Mr. Mickens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On today's calendar, item number 40, House Bill 863. I'd like to have my desk mate, Representative Porter, vote change from nay to yay. Thank you.
Is there objection? Hearing none, change the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from Union, Mr. Creekmore.
Speaker, I'd like to have the following items read for the third time. Item 68, House Bill 1402. Item 70, House Bill 1430. Item 71, House Bill 1493. Item 72, House Bill 1474. Item 94, House Bill 1094. Item 98, House Bill 50. Item 105, House Bill 676. Item 107, House Bill 1404. item 108, House Bill 1447, and item 109, House Bill 1354.
Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Zuber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to have the following bills read for the third time. Item number 92, House Bill 1149. Item number 93, House Bill 1495. Item number 104, House Bill 1194. Mr. Speaker, I have one other request. I'd like to go to the today's motion to reconsider calendar, item number 8, House Bill 994, and move to table.
Gentleman's request to go to motion to reconsider calendar, item 8. The gentleman's motion is to table. Those opposed have 5 minutes. I don't see anyone seeking recognition. If you favor the gentleman's motion to table, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. All right. Lady from Lincoln, Miss Curry.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 89, House Bill 1470, and have it read for the third time. Excuse me.
Thank you, lady. We will do that. Gentleman from Grenada, Mr. Horan.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. In addition to those previous items, item number 11, 1308, have it read for third time.
Item number 11.
Yes, correct.
1308. Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 3 items I'd like to have read for the third time. On page 7, item 57, House Bill 556. 58.
Get her bill.
House Bill 1167. 59. 1436. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, gentleman from Warren, Mr. Denton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I got a request to change a vote.
All right, state your request.
On today's calendar, item number 17, House Bill number 849, need to request to change the vote for Representative Kareem from no to yes.
All right, is there objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from Lafayette, Mr. DeWeese. I'm sorry, looks like the gentleman from Pearl River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 22, House Bill 1133. I'd like unanimous consent to change my vote from no to yes, please.
Is there objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from Choctaw, Mr. Hood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 8, House Bill 1081, read for the third time.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness. He passes. All right, I don't see anyone else seeking recognition. I'm sorry, gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Newman.
Request to get read number 57, 58, 59, 556, 1167. He did it? Never mind.
I believe the chairman got those, gentlemen. Are those the public property?
Yes, that's all.
Yes, sir. All right. I don't see anyone else seeking recognition. I recognize the gentleman from Rankin for the motion.
I move that the House stand adjourned until 10 p.m. tomorrow.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.